said that, let me teach y'all something. This is how I lucid dream every night, almost. I've trained my mind to where when I see something that's not real, right? Like let's say a piano falls out the sky. I literally will catch myself in my dream and I'll be like, wait, a piano just fell out the sky. Wait, I'm dreaming. Wait, a piano fell, I'm dreaming, I'm here, but I'm multi-dimensional. I'm also in my bed in Texas. All right, time to fly. And I take off and I start flying. That's how I freaking start almost every single dream, almost every night. I bring in awareness to myself. I've trained myself and trained my mind to where when I see something that doesn't seem realistic, oh, I'm dreaming. I'm aware. I'm really in my bed, but I'm also here at the same time. Time to have fun. That's how I do it. Is there situations where you can't do it? Great question. This is how I learned how to decipher my prophetic dreams and my lucid dreams. I learned when I was a kid, whenever I could not fly, that means that dream was going to happen in real life. It's prophesized. It's destiny. So yes, there are dreams where I cannot fly, and then I'm like, oh, this is a, quote, real life dream. This is going to happen in real life. I don't know when exactly, but it's going to happen. I learned to decipher them as a kid that way. Why do I feel like I'm always praying in my dreams and I know that I'm praying in my dreams? Wait, why do I feel like I'm always praying in my dreams and I know?
Beauty is not subjective, and beauty is not in the eye of the beholder. It's utilized to justify. You have a fear of being seen, and I'm going to be the one to break it to you. You're meant to be famous. It's probably on this app, it's probably on social media, and I feel like this message had to come to you because you are literally so magnetic right now and you're sitting on business. So if this found you, there ain't no hashtags. This is for you. It's you. Make sure you like this, save this, repost this, and click down below. I am ready to stop hiding. This reading is for the person that hides in the room. Okay? You know you've been sitting on a project, something that is meant to shift people's lives. This could be someone that is very creative. Whether you like to sing in the shower, maybe you like to do paint and creative acts, maybe you enjoy loving to just explore new ways to help people. You may be on this app actually searching out things that you love. There's something that you sit and you do that's going to bring just as much joy as it does for you for other people. And your biggest soul wound all your life has been fear of being seen. And I think this comes from you're scared of being seen because if you are seen, you feel like you would have to take on the responsibility of failing other people. Baby. That is gone. This is gone. Ooh, the cards are talking today. This is gone. So what do you need to know about being seen? You have to have more empathy for yourself. You're a little hard on yourself. Envy, okay, I get it. Let me see, I'm gonna be big sister hat. We're gonna put the big sister hat. I'm gonna put the big sister hat. Some people in your life that have hurt you. You might have been someone that has experienced bullying. This could be from family members, siblings, but this could also be at school. And the reason why you got bullied is because your light is so bright that people wanted to lower your light. They were like, why is this person like this? Why are they so comfortable being themselves? So they made you question that at a very young age. This is a very specific collective, I love you. Okay, now big sister coming in. Relationships. I am attracted to those of my highest good. I feel like now It's like, it's giving, you ever see these little like Disney movies, even though I'm not Disney, if you know, you know. But let's say oh my gosh, I'm blanking out. But you know those movies where they used to have like the girl that goes to school and then all of a sudden she's bullied and then she glows up and people are like, what happened to you, Susie? And Susie's like, well, I ended up doing blah. And Susie glows up and Susie's ready and it's giving Lizzie McGuire. Oh my god, that's it. Lizzie McGuire. The Italian one, she's in it. What's the song? It's time to teach the if you know, put an emoji of Lizzie McGuire if you're part of the movie. You know. Anyways, back to this is what it's giving me, okay? It's like you used to think that people didn't like you, but then all around, like you are sitting on business and you're gonna end up playing at this like amazing auditorium. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. You're in front of people, you're on stage. Y'all. You never had social anxiety. Your social anxiety is the trauma of people bullying you. You are actually so natural on stage. This is a very specific collective. I'm freaking out, guys. I've got goosebumps again. Okay. Empathy. I am open to seeing both sides of the situation. You need to see that the way people bullied you was literally to make you rise into the swan you are. If you connect with swans are the energy, the spirit animal that wants to work with you here. You're flying high. People don't expect you to be this beautiful, graceful bird that you are, but I do see in the future that you are going to be famous. Fame, baby. Stage. And I actually feel like there are some people that are well connected that are already aware of your craft. So if you're posting on social media, please start doubling on that. And no, it doesn't have to be perfect. I can tell you from firsthand as a big sister, I did not start perfect on here. I just posted. Look where we at. The more you do it, the more you get comfortable with yourself. Even if you just have the intention, I'm just doing this to get more comfortable with the gift and being in the light. And don't ever worry about the envy, honey. You got trained, you initiated, your soul chose to be bullied. I know it sounds really good, but you'll get it. Because you knew that you were going to be famous.
Yeah, what do you want?
You in red?
Huh?
You miss me?
No, what do you want? I was about to take a shower. You about to make my water run out.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
The shower's on?
Yes, it's on right now.
Oh. I'll come see you tomorrow.
No.
Why no?
I'm sick of you. I'm sick of all you bitches.
Watch your mouth. Don't talk to me like that. So I suck your clit. Anyway. Go wash your ass, stinky. What? I said I'll see you tomorrow.
I don't care what you fucking say.
Shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up.
No, watch your mouth.
I already got somebody coming over tomorrow. Shit. Alright, so you can't come. Somebody else gonna be coming tonight. Bitch.
What fucking edibles you want? I want a cookie store and tell me what fucking edibles you want. Cookies and white seed. Tell me what edibles you want.
I don't know.
What the flavor you like? Fresh, you don't like lemonade.
So you think you could just buy me with edibles? Huh?
But you can't just buy you edibles. I told you I was getting you edibles the last time I was.
So I'm just a purchase to be fucking made, right?
Said anything. I'm not buying you shit.
That's what you think this is? So you think, shut the fuck up. So you really think you can buy me some motherfucking cheap ass edibles And then
Stay hydrated.
this pussy is just supposed to crack open? Oh, I'm glad you know that. I'm not a prostitute, despite popular opinion. I can't be bought with motherfucking edibles. My pussy has principles, rules, regulations. This is damn near Fort Knox. This is high level, more high level than the motherfucking border, bitch. Nah, I'm never gonna be done talking. This pussy too good not to talk on you. All right, I gotta go. My shower about to run out. I don't got time for this. If my shower is cold, I'm cutting your dick off tonight. I don't care. You better hope this shit ain't cold. Go test it while I'm on the phone. No. Calling my bluff? No, my water. You know my water be running out. It don't be hot.
So why you still saying it? I said go to the bathroom and check, and then you gang up. I literally just said that.
All right, I'm sick of you.
I said no.
Boop.
You knew that as much as you're going to change people's lives, there are going to be people that are hurt within themselves. They're going to look at you and try to blame you for it. But guess what? You're divinely protected, and God and your angels are just literally with you. So you know what? You're going to show you your mission on. You're amazing, and we want to bring to you to be famous. It's probably on social media, and I feel like this has to go to you because you are actually so high right now. You're sitting on this list, so it has come to you very much. This is for you. Did you like this? See this? Repost this?
You should never. We should have never stopped teething like when we were now that we're adults. I think people think that teething stops because they look at teething as the process of soothing the child's gums because the teeth are growing in, right? And so it's like almost looked at as soothing the irritation as the teeth are growing in. That's what they say. I don't know what the real reason is, but I feel like we shouldn't have stopped teething. Like we should, like, because I think teething in itself is what it's really doing. It's mostly just massaging your gums. That's where it's soothing. It's like a massage of the gums. It's like you're stimulating the gums. And that's important because there is blood flow after all, right? That's what makes our teeth healthy and strong. Stimulating the blood flow. So I think we brush our teeth to try to scratch that itch. I mean, we say it's for like diets, dental purposes and everything, but I'm just saying. But we think just because we have teeth now that we don't have to massage our gums. But in a way, we're massaging our teeth when we brush it. So maybe there's, and I thought I was saying a couple months ago, like our tongue has ridges. I think it's for a reason, for stimulation. You get it? Cause there's little dots on our teeth or on our tongue. Why? What is the design behind that? I'm talking about in God and like origin. And I would think, so, because we don't have to, it's a way for us to still massage our gums, massage our teeth, using the little tongue scrapers. Like we have a naturally built-in tongue scraper because of the texture of our tongue. So we could use that to take the plaque off of our teeth. But also to massage our gums, to stimulate bone growth, or to stimulate growth. But how do we know? Because from my understanding, that's not a common practice. Because if it was a common practice, we would say, I never seen somebody, you ever seen somebody do this? It's not really socially acceptable. And I think that's why we eat. I think our intent is, we do these things, we participate in certain things, like the things that we consider a sin, like some people say like food or like gluttony, sex, right? Certain things, even dancing in certain ways, we consider it sinful, or we consider it wrong. It's taboo, we shouldn't do it. But it's like, what if that's just our way? And maybe the reason why it's a sin is because then we're trying to outsource stimulation and pleasure when we are built to please ourselves like this. Or our tongue has a built-in tongue scraper. So we should use it. But also, that's still like an external factor. I was thinking, bones, right? I was saying this the other day. Bones, teeth are like, there's bones also in our body, like connected with our nervous system. And it's like the bones, when they're together, the teeth when they're together, I'm thinking of like chattering, right? But you can really, if you tune in, you can feel vibrations in your teeth, right? Like if your teeth were chattering, or if you were humming, got it. Smile, teeth together, hum. You can feel that vibration in your mouth. Now, if you were to sustain that vibration, could we not also feel it eventually if our bones are connected in a way? Could that travel down through the rest of our body I mean, I can feel that in my heart. I can feel it like in my ears a bit. But maybe there are certain parts of our body that are connected with certain frequencies or vibrations, which is then connected to sound. Right? So anyway, how do we know what the right frequency is? And how can we mimic that? And I would think there is an original sound of creation, like from the earth, right? There's a vibration of the earth, I would assume. Not everything has a, right? Doesn't everything have a vibration that's kind of foundation of reality and everything with atoms and DNA and blah, blah, blah. So, when we connect with the earth, the vibration of the earth can resonate through the rest of our body because our body is made up of bones and tissue, and those essentially are great conduction, bone conduction. So we hear, it's silent, it's quiet. They say the frequency of the earth is quiet. But before you hear, you feel. But how does sound increase? For sound to be able to travel through matter or certain materials, that would depend on the sound being loud enough to pass through the matter, right? Thicker the wall, the more it's gonna trap the sound, they say. And the thinner the wall, the more the sound can pass through the wall. What is the difference? The material, atoms, access to passing. So I was saying about the bone conduction, it's like if the ground, if the earth, for example, I'm just thinking of the earth, like think of the earth, think of there's a natural hum, a vibration of the earth. We've become blind to it, right? But if we focus in on that, say through like meditation or whatever, then our body can feel. Our bodies are kind of like sensors that will be able to eventually pick up the vibration. Because why? It sounds quiet now. We can't hear it with our ears. But if the sound grows and therefore the mode of transportation that the sound is traveling through, maybe it changes, maybe it doesn't change. But what if it's like sending up the information? The domino effect. You hit the domino and then it knocks down the other dominoes consequently. So if we were to receive the vibration of the earth and it starts at our feet, or if we're sitting down, it starts at our bum. That if we look at our body, our bones, there's like layers that we have. Those layers are relative to layers of matter. When it comes to our bone, if our bone is something that is able to pick up sound, but it allows for it to resonate and for it to amplify even further. Why? Because the sound is carrying. It's like an echo. It's like the domino effect, right? But how do the dominoes? Usually with dominoes, you knock them down and they're done. But is that what's happening? Or are we going one way and then it's coming back the other way? Like you think of a pebble, like a pebble in the water. Oh, can set the sea in motion, can set the sea in motion, can set the sea in motion. Can set the sea in motion. A simple act of kindness.
And if you
Oh, if we show, oh, if we show a little love. Hold on. Oh, if we show a little love. Heaven knows what will change. Heaven knows what we could change. Heaven knows what we could. Heaven knows what we could change. Heaven knows what we could change. Heaven knows what we could change. Just a pebble in the water. Oh, make a wave, make a wave. Okay, so yes, when a wave, if you were to throw a pebble into the water and it would create a wave, so that rock, the pebble, is a disturbance in the otherwise still water. And when you disturb the still water with the pebble, that creates a reverberation of the water, and that would also be similar to an echo of sorts, right? Where it starts from the center point, and then it, through the interference, it creates a disturbance in the void, the water, and then from the point of the pebble, it is from that point that a wave is then created, right? Extruding from the point. Where you put the pebble, that's the circumference of what's going to be disturbed, and then everything around it is going to grow and ascend, is going to create rings. But usually when we see this, it's basically from a center point outwards, right? But do we ever see a wave go from a center point, reverberate outwards, and then reverberate back to the original center point? Most times we see waves, the disturbance occurs, and it goes, it goes outward, and eventually the waves just seemingly disappear, right? The ring that you would see, it just disappears, because it's like, but that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't it come back? Well, what happens to it? I don't know. What happens to the ripples in the water? What? After the disturbance, where is it? I don't know. Where do they go? Because it's like, you think of it like sound. It's like if you have sound, and as the sound increases, it goes. And when you think of like sound waves, the sound waves are traveling. They're either going to be stopped by the physical matter. Oh, yes, but that will be abrupt. It's either going to stop physical matter, right? If you're sound and there's walls, if the walls are not the kind of material that allows for sound to pass through, no, the sound will stop. The way we imagine it stops. But does it stop, or is it just struggling to pass through? I mean, I'm saying, where do the waves go? Where does the sound waves go? Like, okay, if I'm in here and there's sound, and say if my walls were thick enough to where nobody could hear me, so then say in the next room, they wouldn't be able to hear me, right? Or like if I was soundproofed or whatever. So how is the sound being stopped from going to another place? And so it's not like a crazy question. it's, you know, it's not crazy to consider, just because it's like, we obviously understand, if I'm talking in here, the odds of someone hearing me, I'm right now in New York reporting live. If I were in China, no, if I'm here, people in China can't hear me. Unless you would need a medium for the sound to travel through. But if the medium is not supportive of the sound, it's not going to reach. Right? So sound can travel. Do you get what I'm saying? Why does a soundproof room stop sound waves from passing through? Like, why can't somebody hear me in China? And we would say it's because we have a lot of distance, and the volume that I'm speaking in is not loud enough for someone in China to hear me. Why? Because China is not only separate, but in between point A, America, point B, China. In between that A to B, there's matter. There's a material. Because that's what the whole world is made up of. Air, right? That there's air, oxygen, we would agree. There may be some trees along the way, some cars, more people, homes, swimming pools, beaches, forests, you know. So there's other things. So in order for us to get the message, for you to get the message easier, it's about reducing the space in between the two people, right? If you're in a bar, clubbing it up, it's better if you want to talk to one person and you want to be closer to them, not further away. Because then the sound has to travel a shorter distance in order to reach the receiver's ear. Now, something from a distance, it can be heard, but something, if it's like an echo, when you get to the end of an echo, it gets quieter, fainter. But you have to listen more if you want to hear. So isolating the sound is going to help in the clarity of receiving the message. But just because something takes a long time to get to doesn't mean that it was not worth the journey. If I have a really important, you see how desperate we are to connect. We literally made things like the internet, social media, phones, cell phones, text messages. We created these things because of our desperation for connecting with each other. The importance of saying, I need to get this message to this person so bad, and how can I do that in the fastest way possible? Because maybe it's an urgent message, but it's like we created things so that our transportation of a message can be delivered faster. So, but what's changing? The medium in which we're sending the message. They used to use like carrier pigeons. Then they had horses. You know, you send a message by horse or whatever, mail. Then that became archaic, and then we started email, and it was getting faster. What the mode of transportation that's changing is the medium in which you're using to get the message, right? Phone, computer, mail, different modes of transportation, different ways of getting the message to you. So what we've collectively prioritized as a society is, okay, the concept of getting a message to someone from a far distance relevant. So we invested in that. We looked into that, right? But what has changed in terms of the transportation of the not just the transportation, mode of transportation, but we changed the mode of transportation to transport the message so it can get to you quicker, right? Email is now too slow. Phones, when you just have to head to the hotline in the kitchen, whatever, Yeah, that's too slow now. Now we have instantaneous access. So we send a message in 1 second. We expect a message back in 1 second. Because why is it taking you so long? We know you on your phone.
Oh, you.
So that is what we did. We sped up the process of, you know, communication. We want to, it's so urgent. That's what it is for us. Whether we realize it or not, we actually like each other. And so that's why we do all these different types of things to access each other all the time, 24/7. Because we're all codependent little freaks. Um, but yeah. So, person in China can't hear me right now, probably. But through a medium like a phone, they could. But the medium is just an illusion. Dun, dun. The medium is just an illusion. It's just this. That's the thing. We think that's the only way. That's just what we can even learn from our own evolution is that the way to do something is optional. It's just a suggestion. It's never the end. It's never the limit. There's always somebody who can do it better, faster, quicker, for cheaper. Right? That's business. So all of those factor in, but usually people are not capable of doing all of those things at once, and so that's why you end up having to have a trade-off. You know, weighing the options. Which one do you want? Like I couldn't get them all. Okay. That's the thing. We think life choices are permanent. We think that the life you have is the life you have to live. Who told you that? That was never stated. That's just what was assumed, you know. Ain't no woman like the woman I got. Baby. Shame. That bitch, but she mixed with shame, real big for shame. So I did got the check. Sit down. Do stacks of like. So what if we didn't have to make sacrifices? Your next choice. What if your next choice wasn't your last? What if you didn't have to sacrifice? could have it all. But you don't think that you can have it all. That's the thing. We think it's like we have to choose one or the other. Red pill, blue pill. Why can't we just mix it up? What if I want both? Yes. So, we think we have to sacrifice things like quality for speed. We think that if it's slower, we hope that at least it's better. You know, if it's slower, it's better. We hope that it's better. Like we think that the longer you mature something, it's supposed to get better, mature. But yeah, we think that it makes sense. Like, okay, maybe it's faster, but like speed, you can do it faster, you can do it right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, doing something right is an option. Like, I don't get that concept. That's the thing. You can do it. You can get it done fast, or you can get it done right, or you can do it quick. But it's gonna be no. You can do it quick, but it won't be fast. But you can do it. Wow. What the heck? Yeah, I just don't get that. I don't see why. If you're gonna redo it anyway, you might as well do it right. Like, I mean, that should be your goal. Like I'm saying, if you figure out how to do something faster, I don't even know what the standards are with this, but it's like right and fast should be the goal, right? Because then you say, well, as long as because then that doesn't make sense. Then you're saying, the more that you do it right, you should ultimately you will ultimately get faster because it's going to become a learned behavior, you know? And so naturally, through the practice of doing it, even if it starts out slow, eventually you will become a master. But when you get used to, yeah, but it's like you could do it slow, start out slow because you're practicing, but then when you actually do it, eventually you will get better over time because then you become so used to doing the process. So your speed is going to increase with your mastery because you're gonna better be, you have to spend less time remembering and thinking before you do it. So you can tell where someone's consciousness level is by how long it takes them to do something. Because that means you haven't mastered the process. You're still on training wheels trying to figure out, what should I do next? You waiting on somebody to tell you the one cheating on this school. Like, that's going to benefit you. Cheating on the test, like, that's going to help you win in the end. Yeah, you can steal the answers, but you don't have the knowledge, and that was the whole point. So people think it's just about seeing something, copying it, and then, it's about trying to copy the final result. You don't know how to accurately get to the final result.
So that is what we did.
Oh. You don't know how to get to the final results if you don't understand the process that it takes to get there. So people think they can see a final result and then they'll just replicate it, not knowing what skills are, not knowing what it took to put which pieces together. They don't know the innards of something. If it were to break, they wouldn't be able to fix it because they didn't know really how it was really supposed to be. Like, that's what don't make sense. People are trying to copy the outside. This whole thing. And it's like, yeah, that's not what makes me awesome. It's about who I am on the inside. So unless you're copying my heart, you're not copying me, babe. You can wear my skin, but you wouldn't know how to make it look good. Do you get that? But I'm not afraid to teach you. That's the thing, and people think copying somebody else is the answer. Like, let me try to look like this person. Let me try to look like this person. The reason why people look good, if people look good, is because people know what works for them. Do you get that? Certain hairstyles are not for everyone. Do you get that? So you think you trying to copy me, you just gonna do what I do as you see it. But the whole fit might not be for you. It just may not be for you. But why does it work when I do it and it don't work when you do it? Because I'm doing me and you're trying to do me. So this is not a master me class. Mastering me is about you mastering yourself. Not trying to be the next such and such. Not trying to replicate what you have now witnessed to be the greatest thing you've ever seen in your life. Hi. No. It's about how do we get you to be an icon. There's only one. There's only one. There's only one. Yeah, you get that? I don't get that. So copying just doesn't make sense to me because yeah, after someone's already been a master at something, it's, it doesn't make sense. Okay, this is a perfect example I was thinking of about the Bible. Okay, this is what I was saying. Why? It's like people see, okay, somebody's done this. Oh, it's great, whatever. And then other people are trying to be the same thing. And a lot of times they're scared to be better than that because then that person set a standard, precedent. But what is the point of you trying to do something like somebody else? Your point is to see their success story and then apply it to your own life and personalize it to you. Because what the stories tell, it's a tale of hmm, hmm, I'm thinking about A Tale of Two Cities right now. I don't know why. That was a required reading from my school, but I never did. So I don't know what that's about. But I'm saying it's like, I don't remember what I was saying. Something about a tale? Yes, it's like, okay, yes, it's like a relay race. The point of passing on the baton is so that someone could go further than you, not for them to get on your, forever be on your same level. That doesn't make sense. That's how you win the race. You have to pass on the knowledge and the information to others so that others can see it and learn it and immerse themselves in it, and then they can expound further. They can add more to it. That's the whole point. So it's sad, and a lot of these theories and stuff we go by today, the fact that there hasn't been any advancement of it, any advancement on certain aspects of knowledge for thousands of years, that's a problem. That's a failure. And it's like because people are so afraid of change, and that's a system issue. But I think the reason why people are afraid of change is because we're never ready for it. It's always something that it's a surprise a lot of the times. Like, don't nobody got time for surprises. Just be straight up. You know, it's easier. Why are we playing games? So it's like, yeah, that's not the point. Like, we're still using the same stuff that was from thousands of years ago. But the whole point was to take what they learned and to build off of it and to do more. So we should, like, it's weird. It's like we respect old knowledge, but we don't respect new shit. Literally. And because we're so stuck in the past, so stuck in, that's when we become afraid of change, right? Because it's usually change is abrupt. It's scary. It's like, oh shit, like I'm forced to do this. I have to do this. Like this deadline is coming up. So we look at change for some reason, even though shit happens, we look at change as just a possibility instead of when we it's like we look at change as like if I have to, because we drag our feet to it, we're hesitant. But then it's like change should be expected. You should never be getting too comfortable. The game's never, like, I don't get that, right? So why are we getting comfortable? Like, when there's still stuff to do. Right? So if we don't even allow ourselves to get comfortable and content in what we think we know, we will grow more. It's now we're held back by the obligation of having to already know. Then it stops us from learning. So we can't get comfortable with being content in what we think we know, as we don't allow ourselves the freedom to grow at that point. Right? We think, okay, we're here to stay. Why are you trying to stay? This is a pit stop on the way. This isn't the. Why are you getting so comfortable in somewhere that's not the final destination? Because you get in, you get comfortable, you know you ain't gonna want to take your shoes off and get back outside. Right? We trick ourselves into, hold on.
You don't know how to get to the final results. So that is what we did.
So we don't know what. Wait, why did I say that again? Sorry. What did I say? Come on. Oh, this is annoying as fuck. Nothing is as bad as it seems. Real complete, real complete. Ow. Nothing is as bad as it seems. We're complete. Just give me a reason, just a little bit to love. Just a second, we're not broken, just bent. And we can learn to love again in the stars. It's been written in the stars of our hearts. We're not broken, just bent. And we can learn to love again. And we can learn to love again.
So we don't know. You don't know how to get to the final results. Hello.
What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you? I'm good. What is he doing? Why did you leave, bro? Come back. Were you scared or something? Sorry. You're so mean when you talk about yourself, about yourself, about yourself, wait, about yourself. You are wrong about yourself. Wait. You're so mean when you talk about yourself. You're wrong. Change the voices in your head, make them like you instead. Oh, so complicated. Look how we are made, filled with so much hatred. Such a tired game, such a tired game. Wait, such a tired game, such a tired game. It's enough. I've done all I can think of, chased out all my demons. See you do the same. Oh, pretty, pretty, please, don't you ever feel, don't you ever feel like you're nothing. Pretty, pretty, please, don't you ever feel like you're nothing. You are perfect. Pretty, pretty, please, don't you ever feel like you're nothing. You're fucking perfect to me. The whole world's scared, so I swallow the fear. The only thing I should be drinking is the ice cold beer. Golden wine. But we try too hard, it's a waste of our times. Done looking for the critics, cause they're everywhere. They don't like my jeans, they don't get my hair. Cool. But we try too hard, it's a waste of our time. They don't like my jeans, they don't like my hair. Why do I do that? Why do I do that? Hey, oh, you're perfect. Yeah. Not recording. One time I seen a UFO when I was, I don't know, why is there a filter on that? Yes, one time I seen a UFO. I was in elementary school and I was laying in the bed and I woke up and I looked out the window and there was a UFO. And then it went away. So, yeah, and then that day, randomly, my family happened to be moving, which we weren't even moving before. That's what was strange. I woke up and my family was moving. But I'm like, this was not planned. So, usually you plan a move, it's something you notify. No, my parents were packing the morning of the move. Like it was rushed, like they hadn't planned for it. This was the same exact day that I seen the UFO. Could there be a correlation? I don't know, we were just randomly moving one day and there was that was the same day that I seen a UFO. That was the only time I've seen a UFO. I've never seen one since. I can attest to that. I may have gotten abducted a couple times, but I didn't see the physical UFO, I think in terms of abduction, I think it's important for space relations to poke around a bit, Hi. Yes, we should offer ourselves up as subjects. Obviously, it's just they want to understand us better. So it's like the Hunger Games. That's abduction, They're taking the best possible. Well, it's not that they're trying to take the best specimen. They're trying to take a specimen. When you do a study, you pick from different groups. So, yes, the best. Well, what would an alien think would be the best relative to what? Because we are not, why would the aliens want to study us? What are they trying to find? The concept of abducting, and it's like, why would we abduct? Because it's strange. We the ones poking around in each other down here. So it would suggest that understanding the innards of a society, an individual, is necessary for understanding that individual. The insights matter a lot. They're actually the reason that the system functions at all. Yet, we don't know how they actually function or how they're meant to function. It's like we are an iPhone that we've been given with no instruction manual on how to actually use ourselves. So we find out things through trial and error, but surely the inventor of such a creation would not leave it to its own devices. That would be very challenging. To create something and then tell it to study itself, to understand what it is. A creation that has to study itself. Well, but we're also talking about aliens. So it's like, what are the aliens trying to study? And so they're gathered, like the aliens will be gathering this research, but what is the purpose of the research? What are they going to do with it?
So we don't know.
Of course, that's if you believe in aliens. But I'm saying, if aliens did exist, which then it's like, how are they got away with telling us aliens didn't exist for a long time, but simultaneously Area 51 existed. So that shows how smart we are. Because how do we believe that aliens didn't exist? Like, they literally would make it seem like you're just crazy considering an idea. But the whole time they had a known secret shelter that was housing said aliens that didn't exist. Like, that was the whole point of Area 51. So they were telling us that aliens didn't exist while simultaneously housing aliens, and we all believed that. Like, yeah, whoa, you believe in aliens? That's so crazy. It's like, how is it a conspiracy, aliens, when it's confirmed that they exist by the facts that they have a shelter to house them, even if we've never seen them? So if they have an Area 51 that says they have aliens in Area 51, but then they're simultaneously telling us aliens don't exist. So then why do you have a shelter? Hey, boo. Sorry, y'all. Hey, water. I'm saying, I see it under 50 Shades. 50 Shades of Grey. Okay. So it's like, yes, so they were saying that at the same time. We believe that it's crazy. Like, why are we saying, oh, do you believe in aliens? Like, why wouldn't you? They literally told you exist and you believe. Everything else they say you believe. Right? They told you water was water, air was air, job was a job. You believe everything else they say. So then they also said, yeah, there's this place that we have called Area 51, and there's aliens in there. Flat out, they told us that. Like, yes, there's aliens in here. Then, so they're telling you aliens exist by that point, right? To say there's aliens in somewhere, you're saying there's aliens that exist that are in there. Are the two not the same if you're telling the truth? So, right? That would suggest that aliens must exist. And the people who you listen to about everything else confirm that aliens do exist. But then those same people, they told you aliens exist, but then they also told you aliens don't exist. And you're crazy if you think that. They told you both of these things. So some people believe different things. Some people are listening to aliens. Some people are listening to the same people saying aliens exist, but the same people are also simultaneously saying aliens don't exist. That's two opposing concepts existing simultaneously. They house aliens, but aliens don't exist. So one would either have to be true and one would be a lie, right? But the same standard of truth that's telling you these things, that proves that they're then capable of lying. But you can't even see that. There's aliens that exist. There's aliens that don't. Aliens don't exist. You're crazy to think that. So the difference between it is, what would be the difference between it? One we could suggest was a fear state. So with one possibility, we say, well, what does it mean to exist? So if the same people who you believe everything else about, if they can tell you aliens do exist and they can simultaneously tell you aliens don't exist, how do you know which one to believe? Or are both of the truth? Or are both of them truth? Or are none of them true? How would you know? What is the standard that we're measuring it against? So with two different versions, yes, aliens do exist, no aliens don't. When you say no aliens don't, there's an added fear connotation to that, where it's condemning you then for thinking something that's not right or correct to think, right? So yes. If you think that aliens exist and then they tell you aliens don't exist, then you're going to feel bad or wrong for thinking that aliens exist. Right? But then that's what the conspiracy theorists are considering. Like, no, that's not true. They said that's not true. They said that's not true. Okay, but these same people that you're saying, they said that's not true, they also simultaneously said it is. But which one makes it right? Because you're saying that why you're saying what the information is valid is based on who told you the information. You're saying that the source of the information is valid in the first place. So you're saying it's a valid source of information, but this same source of valid information gave you two opposing, contradicting ideas. And you're arguing that this person is more wrong than you based on what? It's just the numbers game at that point, right? Which one do people agree with more? What's the more popular belief? So in the term of aliens, then it's like, do aliens exist? Do aliens not exist? If the source that you're looking at gave you both of those options, right? Then the source, and you claim that the source is valid, but it's giving you two opposing answers, then what is the point of arguing which one is more right and more wrong if y'all both agree that it's about the source that the information came from? So if the information came from the same source that is valid, both options are true. It's not either or, it's both and, not one or the other, right? So the concept like, oh, it's more right if you do it this way, or it's less right if you do it this way. And they're basing that just on which one are people more inclined to believe in a given moment. That what's the popular belief? So if it's, okay, most people, they don't believe in aliens. The source that told, the same valid source that said aliens exist and aliens don't exist, the same source said this. Being you're questioning then you're saying the people who think aliens don't exist are the ones that are wrong. Why? Because the people who are going with the aliens don't exist, you can't disprove a negative because it's not something that is. So if you're saying, okay, aliens don't exist, well then, okay, they just don't exist. The existence of it would disprove it not existing, right? But you can't. Yes. So yes, so if both sources are valid, then you're just saying that because one of them can't, what would you need to know what was the difference? It would be some kind of proof. Something that you can't see is easier to disprove. Of course, that's if you believe. So yes, something that you cannot see, you can prove. Um, yes, or it's easier to say that something doesn't exist if you've never seen it. That's why aliens. So then, if the valid source said aliens exist, and they said aliens don't exist. But people lean towards saying aliens not existing is more reasonable and more correct, right? Because they've never seen an alien. So it's easier to believe, okay, yeah, they must not exist. But then if, on the other hand, other people are saying, well, I have had experiences of seeing things that we believe to be alien, that we will believe to be aliens, but it's also, if we never seen aliens, how do we know what an alien even is? To even judge whether or not it's an alien. How can we judge if something is an alien or not if we did not have a prior concept of alien? Where did the concept of alien come from to determine who was one and who was not one? Come to the front. How do we know we aren't already aliens? The fact that we think like, oh, there's aliens on the other planet, like, but then wouldn't aliens look at us maybe like aliens? What we think is aliens is just saying something different. So who's the real aliens? You know? How did that become associated with something that was bad? Like, why would it be bad to be an alien? And it's mostly the concept of alien is like foreign. It's just like something you don't understand. You're not familiar with something that's different than all the rest. So then maybe you're not really sure what to do with it. You know? So it's just like, okay, well, this is something that needs more attention than the others because that's why things create their own categories or something. I don't know. Because it's like every once in a while you come across that one. Okay. If there was a bunch of rocks and pebbles, you were looking to just maybe snag one for the journey home. There's many pebbles. They do come in varying shapes and sizes, maybe, but most of them look pretty similar. If you were to want to choose one that was really special and you could only choose one, you're gonna probably try to choose something that stands out. It's not all the gray rocks or all the white rocks. It's that little red one that has the little chipped edge and it's not the same rounded shape as everything else, you know? It's something different about that one. That's the one you may take home. Because then other than that, it's all just gray little rocks. All in similar shapes and sizes. So, that's variation. If reality is an illusion and everything is really does it start with a singularity and then that is the reverberations outwards with the echoes and there in that sense it's like not just an expansion but not just an iteration but an expression of yeah. So of the one. So it's basically if it's in, then it's like on that expansion outwards. Everything else would be a reflection, an expression of the one. It can only originate from one source. Does it? I don't know. Right? But so that's what I was saying in terms of expansion and expression. Yeah, but I was saying, what happens after that goes out? Okay. It carries on. It carries on to woo. This. Oh my gosh. Hi. An innovation, but you put on quite a show. Really had me going. Now it's time to go. Curtain finally closing. That was quite a show. Very entertaining. But it's all good now. But it's over now. Go on and take a bow. Whoa. So, when there's a disturbance, and it's a disruption of, if everything's vibration, it's if everything's a vibration, It's every sound we make is a break from the silence. And every time you speak, interrupt the silence, the peace, the void. You send out a disruption, a vibration that travels throughout space and time. But one must wonder, I wonder, what happens when the sound runs out, or does it ever run out?
So yeah, something that you can't. Of course, that's if you believe in it.
If you disrupt the silence of the void, you create a disruption. And much like sound waves or the waves of the water, those sounds that you interject the silence with, they get sent out. Like a wave. But when we think of like a ripple in the water, we see the pebble drop, that's our sound disruption, and we see the waves ascend outward or expand outwards. But usually the waves just disappear at one point, we think. But what really happens to them? Do the waves actually disappear? And where do they go? They just disappear out of thin air. They were there, then they weren't there. But where you've made that disruption, like say if it's water, right? And then, okay, I don't know if water is a good example. Like if you had a water bottle and there was stuff in your water bottle, if you were to shake it, the stuff would move. It wouldn't be in the same place, right? So yes, even if a wave disappears from the water, that doesn't mean that it has not left a path of destruction. Do you understand that? So when we speak, we're sending out ripples into the universe. And all that is speak. Is that all that you speak? It will emanate from you. You are creating the disturbance, and eventually there will be a point where you believe that the waves have fallen off. And you could also visually see this if there was if there was a pool that had a bunch of leaves on it. If you created a disruption in the center, whatever, splashing, maybe even a couple times, the leaves are going to expand outwards, and it's going to leave an empty pool, right? But eventually the leaves are going to stop moving. They're not going to keep separating, right? Because then we can see there's leaves all the way at the end of the pool that haven't yet been disturbed by the wave. Now, if it was a big wave, yet we could get from one end of the pool to another. But just dropping a little rock in, we envision, we can see, you can drop a little pebble, a little bit of circumference around it, you'll see movement, but the end of the pool remains untouched. So we are noticing that these waves fall off. But again, that does not mean that we have not left a path of destruction. So if we sent out this and it created this ripple in this wave, although that stops, although we do not see it continue to go on, what does it do? It reverberates back. That's what we call karma. What you put out, you get in. What you put out, you get. I mean, I'm just saying, have you ever seen a wave come back to you? Come back to me. Can you feel me? Hear me calling for you? 'Cause I'm lost without you. What am I gonna do? Said I've been needing you, wanting you, wondering if you're the same and who's been with you. Is it your heart's to mine? I wanna cry sometimes. I'm sitting here thinking about you in the days we used to share. It's driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy. I don't know what to do. Just wondering if you still care. I don't wanna let you know. I don't wanna let you go. And it's killing me. I know you got another life. You gotta concentrate, baby. Come back to me. Can you feel me? Hear me calling for you, 'cause I'm lost without you. I'm lost without you. Is it I, I, wait, that's too. Oh, I miss you. Ay, 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 Oh, who's that? Why? I don't like that name. Somebody got the username the Angry Buddha. Change that. I don't like that. Wait, does Buddha get angry? I don't like the implication of that. Buddha angry? In what world? I don't know. Does Buddha get angry? But that's my point. That's why I don't like monks, bro. Because it's like they irritate me with the concepts of like attachment and detachment, because then their whole religion is based on abstaining from certain things. Some people will be like Buddhist monks, you know, you go and you're not supposed to like have intercourse and things like that. It's like, why? Like, so their point is to practice detachment, the concept of, being able to be without something. Most of it's not most, but there's people who they get in, like, even like you think of a nun, the concept of abstaining, like, and it's like, but they're virgins. That's the point. It's supposed to be, a lot of the time, sometimes you could like convert later or whatever, after you've already done, like go backwards or whatever, try, but stall it, I guess. But then it's like, if you never had the experience at all, then you're not really challenging yourself on your ability to be presented with that as an option. You know, like if you never had it, you can't claim you know what it's like to have to give it up. So the concept of detachment in terms of Buddhism, that you abstain from something and it's supposed to show this moral compass, all you're doing is showing you a scared ass, weak ass bitch. Too scared to even try, too scared to even do. Delayed happiness. So you don't even try. So you don't get a reward for never, like, we don't give our rewards for not starting stuff, do we? Or do I got some papers to collect? Because if we giving out rewards for not doing shit, I should be on that list. Literally. If you disrupt, so you have something that you can. So what makes a Buddhist monk, what makes a monk think that they will be rewarded for never doing something? But then giving themselves a badge of honor for saying, yeah, I never did it. Okay, and then you want, listen. They be talking about, that's some kind of enlightenment, never do shit. That's a luxury. So you're speaking from a place of privilege. Check that. If someone could be, and that's the thing, Buddha, you gotta call him out though, for real, because wasn't Buddha rich? And he was rich as hell. Mind you, this is what ideology. Buddha was rich. He gave up his riches to just basically play a homeless man. Or to be homeless. Like that, he gave that up. And they consider that spiritual alignment. Why? But it's the people who look up to him are people who wish that they could have the riches. He gave the riches up. So then his stick becomes trying to convince them that it's okay that they will never get there. That they will never get it. Right? So you try to detach and you're saying, yeah, don't do all the fun things in life. Abstain from all the best parts of life. Just so you can, because it's like there's a concept of assuming that those things are inherently bad in the first place. And who said that they were even bad? So they're trying to basically yeah, they're trying to tell you that there's honor in giving something up and by not participating in something. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That might be cool, but I'm saying how many awards do we give out to people for doing nothing? Like you don't get to the end of the finish line. Well, you wouldn't make it there, but let's pretend you were at the end of the finish line. And they're like, okay, well, how did you get there? I did nothing. Okay, you didn't. So that's great. And you want heaven after that. A life where you didn't have to, baby, that was your luxury. So what the fuck else you want? You want more after that, you greedy ass bitch. I'm sorry. So you're greedy. You want more than the easy life that you've had, correct? Everything easy, everything handed to you. And the best you could say is, you want more, right? So I'm just saying, when you say, oh, well, I didn't do this, that means you didn't have to, most likely. You could choose to not do that thing. So then you want to condemn everybody else who had to do that thing? And then you want to be rewarded for not having to suffer. So what more of a heaven do you want? If you get to live a whole life deciding you don't want to engage in certain things, you get to not participate, and you still get to get passed through. So what more are you expecting in the afterlife? That is heaven. To skate through life with no fucking consequences. And you want more. And to not have to do anything. You want to be able to say, I abstained. Yay me. Great. So you already lived a peaceful life. That was your introduction to heaven. You've seen all you need to see. It's peace. So you lived your whole life finding that. What more do you want in the afterlife? And it's really, you want to stop having to live a life where you have to ignore your dissatisfaction in the name of preserving the illusion of pureness. So yeah, not doing anything isn't. Now, what's difficult, what deserves to be rewarded is when you did something and then when you've done something and then you lose that. Ugh, I hate that saying. It's better to have loved and lost than to never to love at all. That's somebody speaking for somebody who ain't never been in love. Funny, like, yeah, could have did without that. Like, gonna be honest. Like, what? Girl, please. That was the only thing I was thinking. After, girl, after I lost my uh after I had my first heartbreak, baby, I was on my knees crying that I will get in an accident. I'm not even lying. I literally prayed to God to get in an accident so I could lose my memory because I did not want to remember that shit. Because why would you introduce me to a vibe that you cannot maintain? I don't like that. Like, why would you dangle this carrot, give it to me, and then it's like, oh, yoink. And then you think I'm supposed to live the rest of my life without it? After I already got a taste? So that's cruel. That's what I think. It's cruel, you know? I'd rather to not have had it than to have to experience it for a moment and then spend the rest of my life missing it. What? That doesn't make sense, you know? So I just rather have not have it at all. So I don't even know what I'm missing out on, right? So that's cruel to put somebody on something, then you take it away, and then yeah. Like, I don't get that. Like, what? So I just rather have not have it at all. So yeah, when it's about yeah, it's better to not know what you're missing out on, I think. Yeah, so anyway, I think that that's cool. And oh, so yeah. Yeah, so that's the real challenge. So it's like if you can survive after you've done it, not because you avoided it all your life, but when you can say you actually, because it's like, how did you're trying to say you passed the class without even taking the course, without even taking the test, you say you passed the test. But you have never put yourself in a position to be tested, to be able to say what you will do and what you won't do. And you think you're going to get a badge of honor. No, you haven't had any character building.
So what makes up if you disrupt this?
Go back to the drawing board with that one. Because no. No, honey. No, honey. Like, how are you going to say you're certified when you haven't gone through the task of getting certified? I don't get that. You know, so so what happens to the waves? Yeah, I think they reverberate. They come back to themselves. Do they? They don't just. This is it's like energy can be created but never destroyed. So if sound is an energy that's created, every time we disturb the silence, that energy has now been created, and as energy, sound waves, right? Creation still. If that were creation, it cannot be transformed. It cannot be destroyed. It can be created, but not destroyed. But it can be transformed. Hmm. Oh. Mm. It can be transformed. Right. So then when that energy gets sent out, it doesn't just disappear. It continues to cycle around. You know. So somewhere's there, but it gets more and more faint, right? Or we become we become we literally made up a language and think we can define things that existed before the language. That doesn't make sense. Like, what makes us think English is correct? It's just made up. So we're just agreeing. transformed. Because it can't be destroyed, but it can be transformed. Is this transformation not require destruction? Ooh. 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 They said energy is something that can be created, but it cannot be destroyed. That's what they said. Then they tacked on later, but it can be transmuted, which means changed. So they're saying energy is something that can be created, it cannot be destroyed, but it can be transmuted or changed. But that requires a destruction. Like that's the creation process. Right? If I'm this, and then if I want to transform, are we not? We gotta destroy the old to get to the new, right? That would be the point. Like, like the side by side pictures of like they be like, oh, I got a new haircut, and when it's like so many things are making a huge change in there. Then they show like that side by side, and there's like the same kid next to each side by side. Well, one has like a green sweater on, and the other one has a yellow sweater on. So it's like basically the same, just with different color shirt. So that's like a joke that people use to like be like, you didn't change as much as you think. It's like a weight loss thing, and this one he's like, I worked 2 years for this body or whatever, and it's like it doesn't look like they lost any weight. So then somebody will be like, oh, okay, put that picture of the two boys with the different shirts, and then yes, to basically joke and say you didn't change as much as you think you changed. The change was insignificant. Like it was not notable. It wasn't a huge leap from first to second level, So, yeah. So, yes, the change was not notable. So, yeah. Ooh. Well, back to the drama. So, what makes a Buddhist monk? Oh yeah, I was talking about monks. Right. So monks are not in a position to discuss detachment when they have not mastered attachment. To master detachment truly, you don't master detachment through abstinence. You master detachment through testing yourself with indulgence, integration. So you cannot claim you're a master at detaching from something that you have never had the pleasure of attaching to in the first place. Yeah, it's easy to not do something that you don't know the beauty of doing. But why would it be a thing that you could do if you weren't supposed to? So you don't get reward. But see, when you do experience that, And then you're told to let it go or to leave it behind. It becomes harder because now you've attached, you've, yes, grown attached to it. You know, there's a comfort and a safety. You got used to it being around. You're used to it being there. So then you will have to shift your life to get used to not having that around anymore. And that's hard to do. When you've experienced it, right? You can't really miss something that you never had unless you were basing what you missed off of what you believe you could have received had it been there. So this is using other people's experiences to determine what we think we missed out on. But those are all made up in your head. You think that life would have been better having a dad, but you never had a dad. So don't worry about missing out on something that was never meant to be yours in the first place. So that's the thing, is the assumption that if I had a dad, my life would have been better. What would have been better about it? And where are you getting the concepts of what you think would have been better? You think, oh, I wish I had a dad. What are you saying you wanted? You're thinking of what other people had. Seeing them with their dads. Seeing them. So, okay, that's what you want. Okay. That's what you think you want. Okay. Like it's supposed to be some magic pill if you got that, but you don't actually have a dad to know that it's not always cupcake and rainbows, babe. Yeah. So is it better, is it worse, or is it just different? And that's the part. People assume that just because something is different from something else, that means there's a hierarchy to it. Having a dad versus not having a dad, bad or worse. But you're only comparing to someone else's perceived, lived experience. You don't even really know what that's like. You know? So, but that's not your plight to know. You're not wrong for not knowing what to do in that situation. You're not in that situation. But there's a reason you're not in that situation, because you're not supposed to be. So why are you worried about what somebody else is doing? Why are you worried about why are you so worried about how someone else's life is that is distracting you from your own life? It's making you miserable in your life that you don't have something that someone else has in their life. But you're literally just sad about the concept of someone having something that you don't. Because there's a void. And you think that void would have been filled had you had that in place. Because you're looking at someone else's experiences. But everybody else's experiences is not for you to do. Like, you get what I'm saying? You were prepared for the battles that you're going to fight. That would be saying, like, you need to practice basketball so you can play in a football game. So, in their life, it was significant for them to have a father. In yours, it clearly wasn't a part of the plot. So why are you upset? Why do you think it's wrong? That it's not something you're gonna need on your journey. Then where do you think that it is? Where are you getting the concept that you're not sufficiently prepared on your specific journey? It's because you're mourning over something that someone else has. You're being a brat. Oh, they don't have something, but what you may have, they may not have. Ooh, y'all don't know that part. Okay, I'm gonna say it because I'm feeling risky tonight. People be real obsessed with the concept of like having a father, especially like, in the household, and they feel like they lack something from not having that. And then sometimes, I mean, everybody's situation is different, but then sometimes you might have a better relationship with your mother. Like I know people who are like single mothers or whatever, and they have like a good relationship with their daughter or whatever, like closer. But yeah, sometimes when you have the presence of a father in a household, and it's even not even just that, but sometimes in that kind of a household, sometimes um when like there's not a man in the house, like even if your mom is single, you still probably know like it's not just about having a father or not. Like in a household, even when you didn't have a father, the energy is different compared to an all woman house and having a man in the house, even if it's not your father. So you understand that energy shift. It's not always good. Sometimes it can be good for others, right? But people think that actually having a father in place, biological father in place in the household, they think that they wouldn't be subjected to those same things. So they're fantasizing, saying, "Oh, I wish I would have had that." You know what it's like to have a man in the house sometimes, and how it's not always safe. Yeah, that doesn't change just because the label is father. That's still a man. That's still a certain force, a certain presence that would not exist in an all male or an all female household, right? So worry about what you have and what you need to do for you, because that may have not been necessary for you. You know, like I'm just saying, you can't romanticize everybody's experience. That you assume the lack in your life in relation to the presence of that which you lack in someone else's life. You need to stop being so quick to assume that those are one and the same. That your inevitable lack is a good in someone else's life. And then you say, "Oh, well, if I had just had that, everything would be great." But you don't really, the point is, you don't really know what that is like. So you're asking for an experience that you may not like. And maybe that's the point, is you want to figure that out. Yes, so you are equipped. If you really trust in God, you would understand that you are given all the tools you need for your journey. But also, yes, okay, so once I go back to the drawing board with that, making it so that would just be more challenging to have to give up something. Yeah, yeah. There's perks to not having a dad. There's perks to having that. So, but that's subjective. What's good, what's bad, it's subjective to the person. So, Break my heart, say you love me again. Undo this hurt you caused when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Uncry these tears, cried so many, many nights. Unbreak my heart. Bring back the sad words goodbye. Bring back the joy to my life. Bring back those nights when I held you beside me. Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. Say you love me again. Undo this hurt you caused when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Out of the door and walked out of my life. Uncry these tears. Uncry these tears. I cried so many, many nights. Unbreak my heart. Don't leave me out of the rain. Don't leave me out in the rain. Don't leave me out in the rain. Bring back the times when I held you beside me. Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. Undo this hurt you caused when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Uncry these tears. I cried so many, many nights. Unbreak my heart. Heartbreaker, get the best of me. Heartbreaker, get the best of me. Ooh. And I wanna spend forever with you, baby. And I wanna spend forever with you, baby. Till as old as time. You as old a song, bittersweet and strange, finding, what are the words? Bittersweet and pain, finding you were wrong. Oh, certain as the sun, true as it can be, both a little scared, neither one prepared. Beauty and the Beast, ever just the same. Sorry. Ever just the wait. Ever just wait. Ever just the same. Never a surprise. Learning you were wrong. I got this response where I used to be. I'm so cold, I'm so cold, I'm so cold. Oh, I'm so cold, I'm so cold, I'm so cold. Can I get it right? Just can't let it go. You already know this is crazy. I got memories. There ain't nothing like girl I used to know. Said I really wanna work this out, damn girl. I'm trying. It's no excuse, no excuse. I really am cold. Kinky.
Making it so monks are not in a position to discuss attachment when they have not mastered attachment.
Get your top rocked. Get your top rocked. I just feel like Oh. My God. Stand tall, stand proud. Voices that care are crying out loud. And when you close your eyes tonight, feel in your heart how our love burns bright. This is for my people who just lost somebody, your best friend, your baby. This is for my people who just lost somebody, your best friend, your baby, your man or your lady. Put your hands to the sky. We will never say bye. Mamas, daddies, sisters, brothers, friends, and cousins. This is for my people who lost their grandmothers. Put your hands to the sky. We will never say bye. As a child, there were times I didn't get it, but you kept me alive. I didn't know for sure. Sometime on Sunday morning said I missed you. And we talked through all them grown folk things separation brings. I never let it show it. I never let it know because you love me. And obviously there's so much more left to say if you were with me today, face to face. Never knew I could hurt like this. And every day life goes on, I wish that and I hope that you've reached, and I hope that you've reached a better place. But I'd give the world to see your face next to you. All too soon, the hardest thing to do is say bye, 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 bye. Bye, 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 bye. Wait. bye, 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 bye. I'm so gone. I feel like I always sing that song. What up? Hey, who that? Who that? Who that? Oh, is that Daniel? Daniel, talk to me, boy. Talk to me, boy. Fine. Don't talk to me. When a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you pass your fears aside. And you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. When you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong. Look inside you and be strong. Look inside you and be strong. Is that what I said? Look inside you and be strong. I think. Look inside you and be strong. Look inside you and be strong. That's not right. Look inside you and be strong. Look inside you and be strong. Look inside you and be strong. Finally see the truth. 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 That a hero lies in you. Don't be afraid. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do. I don't know the lyrics. Stand up and say. Stand up and say. Yeah. Wait. Stand up and say. Yeah. Stand up and say. Stand up and say, I can make it through the rain. I can stand up once again on my own. And I know that I'm strong enough to make. And every time I see your face, I hold tightly, I hold tightly to my face. And we make it through the rain. And you cast your oh, there you go again, talking cinematic. Yeah, you're charming, got everybody starstruck. I know that you always seem to go for the obvious instead of me. Get a ticket and you'll see that we were a movie. You'd be the wait. If we were a movie, you'd be the right guy, and I'd be the best friend that you'd fall in love with. In the end, we'd be laughing, watching the sunset fade to black. Close the frame, sing that happy song. Yeah. When you call me, I can hear it in your voice. Oh, sure, you wanna see me and tell me all about her. La la, I'll be acting through my tears. I guess you'll never know that I should win an Oscar for this scene I'm in, 'cause we were a movie. If we were a movie, you'd be the right guy, and I'd be the girlfriend that you'd fall in love with. In the end, we'd be happy, watching the sunset fade to black. Walls of flame, sing that happy song. There's no lyrics. Is it supposed to be a sad song, right? No, but it's saying if we were movie. No, but in the song she's saying that she's not usually the one who gets picked. You're like, yeah, like, cause it's like blah blah, yeah. When you call me, I can hear it in your voice. Oh sure, you wanna see me and tell me all about her. La la, I'll be acting through my tears. Guess you'll never know that I should. So yeah, it's like when you have that guy friend and you like him, but he has a girlfriend or he's just dating other people, but y'all haven't said like y'all like each other. Maybe he doesn't like you, maybe, but you like him, but you can't like say that because what if he doesn't feel the same way? So then instead of just telling him how you feel, then you like basically torture yourself and just trying to have a connection with him, and then you sit around and like listen to him talk to you about other girls, like, and then you're just like, yeah, like whatever, like setting him up and stuff, when really you're thinking like, I want to be with him, but I'm coaching him on how to get other girls. So then it's at some point it's like, well, you don't think that it's possible for y'all to be together, right? So, oh wow. Oh. So she's saying if we were a movie, and the point is movies are perfect. So if we were a movie, then you'd be the right guy and I'd be the right girl, and we fall in love and we waltz into the sunset, and it's a happy ending. That's what she's saying. Like, if we were in a movie, but the point is she's saying we're not in a movie. That's why I'm losing. But if I had my way, if I could write the script, if I could make this into a reality, this is the way that I would want it. You know? So, who's to say when we decide when that moment is? The moment when we decide which moment is our defining moment. What does it matter what you claim when they're going to deny you anyway? So the point is not to change the disagreement. The point is to become undeniable. They can doubt, they can deny. But only a fool would doubt what is in front of his eyes. Plain to see. Correct? But what if you don't know what you're looking at? And that's the point. You don't know which moment is your defining moment. It's random, but you know it's inevitable. So you must always be on the lookout for your defining moment. And that's exhausting. So just assume every moment is, and then you'll always be prepared. So don't let your what ifs go to waste. Allow the what ifs to guide you in your next step. If you find yourself asking, what if? You become the owner responsible for exploring it. You know? Don't limit yourself to what you think is possible. So just assume you don't know. That's the thing. We bar ourselves. If we are only looking at, right? If we say we're always on the search of our possibility, our defining moment, we don't know which moment that could be, but we want to stay on the lookout. But it's hard to keep up with every little moment. So, you must, so at that point, it doesn't become easier to understand what you're on the lookout for. That becomes a deterrent. Because then if you're trying to isolate what you're observing and you're trying to only look for the thing that stands out, the thing that's the most clear, you're never going to solve the hidden mysteries of life if you only look at the obvious. So you have to be willing to look beneath the layers. You know, those are the what ifs, those are the impossibles. But when you don't, but it's like if you instead just don't think of things as impossible, there's no limit to what you can achieve. Because you're not on the search for where the end is. What end? You know? Like, it's that people roll the dice and they want to control the result. But the result is the whole point. So when we limit our own results and we only say, okay, this this is what we're looking for. We're trying to solve for specific answers. We take all the possibility and fun out of creation knowledge. Right? That's backwards. Oh, and you cast your fears. That's backwards. The concept of you're trying to figure out the answer to something that you don't know. You're trying to make a discovery, and then you give yourself limits on what the possible discoveries could be. That doesn't make sense, because the whole point of the initial journey into the discovery is to learn. But you're trying to go in as though you already know something. You get what I'm saying? The limits are the you knowing. You're saying, okay, if we go out and do this, these are the only 3 things that can happen. So how do we prepare for only those 3 things? But you're expecting that that's the only thing. What happens if a fourth possibility occurs that you never planned for? So the concept of being able to succeed at or master something requiring a prior knowledge wouldn't make sense. Because prior knowledge account for what you cannot plan for? The whole planning process will require you to know every step of the process and what the possible outcomes are. So you can try to plan and prepare for the things that you need to possibly bring and prepare should that event occur. If a spontaneous event occurs that you did not plan for, you didn't plan for that. So you may not have come prepared. You didn't bring certain things. But in the nick of time, you possibly maybe could utilize what you do have, or utilize the knowledge that you have about a potential way to fix this new occurrence. But you can only get to that point if you are open to the possibility of something you didn't plan for happening. So we're saying, but that when you can explore that, that's how invention happens. That's when we learn, when we make the mistakes, that's when we learn what to do next time. So every time we make a mistake, that's clarity on what not to do or what to do more of, so we can make the adjustment in the next cycle. That's the point of it. So I'm saying, stop thinking that success is dependent upon planning, and that's why I love watching biopics and stuff and like history, because a lot of those stories, it wasn't a planned thing that led to their success. It was some random spontaneous thing that just presented itself. A lot of times it was a fluke. They just happened to be, talk to the person on that day that happened to listen to them and listen to their record. You get what I'm saying? Like everything we think of it is like a fluke. But then we spend all this time trying to prepare for success. How do we prepare for something we never really imagined could happen? Like success, a success story. That's the point of the fluke. That's the point of the surprise. Like, So, how do you prepare for something you couldn't even envision? And that's the point. You can't. That's the thing. You always think there has to be an answer. There doesn't always have to be an answer. Every problem does not a solution. Every solution does not a problem need. Does that make sense? Yes, not every solution. Not every problem does not a solution need. Does that even make sense? Every problem doesn't need a solution. Like every problem isn't something to solve. Sometimes the problem is the point. And you have to learn the difference between the two. Right? That's what you would call a happy accident. Sometimes you don't mean to do something, but if you do it and it works, then keep it. If it's not, then change it. So, if they say that, they say in marketing, color red is for remember. That's what they say. The color red is supposed to make you remember. Do you remember the time? And then they say the color yellow is supposed to make you hungry. And then, but I'm saying, I don't know what blue is, and I was going to ask about blue. I don't know what with the colors. Oh, so remember, why would red be remembered? Is that even accurate? I feel like red is connected to the root chakra. Red, root, red. Okay, you know how a computer has the RGB, or computer TV, they have the RGB, red, green, blue. So, red, green, blue, that translates to the body. Red is the root chakra, green is the heart chakra, and blue is the throat chakra. That wasn't what I was expecting. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I was just making up. It is red would be connected. No. Red, green. Did I say the colors right? Or is it red? It's RGB, right? That's what it's called. RGB. Red, like blue. Green. Simulation. That's the colors they use. Red and blue for the 3D classes.
That's backwards the concept of. That's backwards the concept of. Oh, oh. Primary colors. Oh, but it's where do the other colors come from? They're from an integration of the colors, right? When color theory, when you start mixing other colors, they create other colors, right? So this red, green, blue. That's the chord. 3, the proton, neutron, electron. And then as you overlap and intersect the different lights, like when you mix red and green together, I don't know what color. I'm not an artist. I don't know what color that is. When you mix red and green together, or like overlap, so they will be superposed on top of each other, or kind of like through each other in a sense. So when you mix red and green, so it's red, green, blue. That's a 3 chord. When you mix red and green, that creates a branch. That's a 2 becoming 1. So when red and green mix together, what color does that make? And when green and blue mix together, what color does that make? So now you have 2 new colors that are made from overlapping. And there might be others. But it's about a permutation, yes, of the 3 colors. That's all that anything could be. Same red, green, blue. But, wait a minute. Red, green, blue. But mostly people show red and blue. Do red and blue together make green? Red and blue. What color does red and blue make? Purple? Magenta? Okay, so that's what I was saying. So you got red and blue and green. Red, blue, and green, the base 3. Do y'all want to see this? Okay, maybe y'all want to see this too. You can't really see it, so just look at me. Alright, so this is what I'm thinking of. If it's red and so I'm thinking red, green, and blue. Now, if we have, I was saying where you put the other colors together, but red, green, and blue, that's just a 3-piece, so that's an initial chord. But that's 3-piece in terms of the Trimurti, which are the three Hindu gods. Trimurti. Wait. Trimurti. I don't know. The Trimurti. What is it? Trimurti. Oh, that sounds Russian. Anyway, so that's Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. So those are also in correlation with the 3 aspects of creation, which is they are preservation, creation, and destruction. And then you have, I feel like I should be writing this down.
Okay, so the three aspects of creation. So, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, creation, destruction, preservation. So this is also related to protons, neutrons, and electrons. So do you notice this pattern of three? So then when we talk about with the primary colors, we're noticing this pattern of three as well. But when you so those three colors will respond to the three aspects of creation: proton, neutron, electron, whatever. And this is a chord. So we talk about existence as a symphony, because at the root of all matter, DNA, atoms is really vibrations. So vibrations are a sound, a movement, a feeling. Sometimes vibrations, things can be vibrating, does not automatically mean you can hear it, correct? Like something could be vibrating in a different part of the building. That doesn't mean I can hear it. So they're saying that there are some vibrations that are not perceivable to you. But it's only based on but how does hearing a vibration change? It's based on your relativity to where the sound originates from, its source. So the closer you are to something, the more you hear it. Duh. But why is that? Just because the illusion of a lack of proximity between the distance is less compared to if you were right next to them, right? So we think that's what's spreading us out, but we say that is because of we can't hear. But hearing is really a vibration, which also can be felt. It may be felt before it's heard, and before it's heard, sometimes you can see it. How do you see it? When we talk about this color theory, that when we talk about the next connection, that's color. So color is a visual way. And even if you look at colors, like when you go like coding or like doing a simulation, or when they used to have like that art, like pick art kind of thing on the computer, when you go to select a color, like for a font or something, it has percentages. Usually it has the red, green, and blue values because it's a simulation. So we're talking about how you change and get different colors is when you change the frequency, the intensity of each of the different colors, right? So different colors just give you mix. When you have three colors, that kind of can have these infinite different variations numerologically, or so to speak, whatever. But then that's even like a cap, right? A number, the concept of a number is made up, right? Pretty much. So, yeah, when we talk about the color's ability, what's really changing? Opacity, and then that's giving you a different color. But then when you create those colors, you can see there's colors, and then those colors overlapping each other give you a different color. And if you see all the way in the center, when you overlap all of these colors, you basically get something that looks white in the center. So that's all colors overlapping. I mean, but I think that's just, I don't know if that's literal, because this one shows a black center. Oh, wow, it's like a black hole. Look at this one. So these are the different colors. When you overlap the colors, you get different colors. And it appears that it's black in the center. And if it is, then it's almost like, because I say darkness is light reflected on itself. It's the separation of darkness that allows for the existence of the other colors, because all the colors then are just a spectrum of black and white, dark and light. In between dark and light is a spectrum of different colors. And how do the colors change is based on your proximity to one or the other, the values of how much of each one that you're doing. So the less dark, so that means if the dark is the origin, that means that the greater circumference of the black hole that it has to be able to reach lighter values. Right? So it's like when you take something, it's like when it's compared to when it's together, the further you spread it out is going to become more see-through, right? So the see-through creates these holes that create refractions that give us the illusion of light. But all you're doing is essentially spreading out the fabric of time and space, stretching it. So the stretching it, how are you stretching it? It's an expansion. But all that expands must, that's where we talk about what happens to the wave after you disrupt it. What happens to water, the waves, when you that's backwards, the concept of what happens to the wave when you disrupt the water with pedal. That's a singularity point. And from that, there is essentially an expansion, a separation, a widening. And the sound is getting further and further, is dispersing out more and more. But eventually it disperses out more and more. And what happens? It dissipates completely. So it's like, if you have like sand, the more sand that you have, the more you can see it. It's easier to identify a bunch of sand compared to one singular piece. So the multiplicity is actually adding to its visibility. The more, the darker. The less, the lighter. So the more stretched out something becomes, the less unified something is. The more, if the origin at the center, listen, it's just like a bloodline. If the origin at the center is black, it's the stretching out. The further away that you get from that center point, it becomes lighter and lighter. The further you get away from your roots, the more separate from the origin you become. But do the sound waves disappear completely? Do they fall off the edge of the earth, or is it not just a black hole, but is it a portal? Is it a vacuum? When you have to think of it, that black hole, that center, is also a disruption to sound. It's a disturbance, a movement that then disperses outward. So that's basically like, it starts strong, but eventually the sound goes off. It gets quieter, quieter, less, right? You get more separate. But this is home base. So say if this is a speaker, that's where you put the pebble. The further you get away from that speaker, the less and less you hear it. So you're losing connection with home base. But the path that connects you back to home base, it's not gone. And then the only thing that's preventing you from maintaining a connection with home base is that you lose sight and you lose focus. You get off track. You get turned around, right? And so, that looks like the flower of life. Wow. Somebody should do that. We need a flower of life, but they need to have these colors, because it's all red, blue, yellow for real. So then you wear that. So anyway, yes, but it's like, if you want to hear from long distance, then just get a long distance plan, right? So if we always know the path home, we always have a medium. If we always have a medium in which we could connect back to source, we can never be without source. Just because you get further doesn't mean you have to be less connected. That's the point. The point is to advance further and out. That's to spread the word, the message of the disturbance, that was a disruption, but it's supposed to be for a reason. It's supposed to expand, it's supposed to grow, it's supposed to change. When you think a thought or you speak a thought, that's a seed that you just planted. The more people that add on to that and believe, the more you spread that around. You watch how it grows. So it all starts with an idea. And it's from people's ideas that they manifest into physical things. So be mindful of what the seeds that you're planting. Because you never know what seeds have been planted in someone else. And you never know what seeds have been planted in someone else. So if we understand, if someone already has a negative seed in their head and we fuel that negative seed, we're giving it life. We're nurturing that within them. We're confirming that for them in their world. But we have the power to do the opposite as well. We can speak life into someone and help them change and eliminate that seed. So that's why there's an importance of advancement, right? We grow. And then when we go back, we pass back what we learned on the way up. So, trying to help to prepare this. You might run into this, you might be prepared to this, whatever. But, telephone never really works that well. The he said, she said bit, yeah, not a fan. So I prefer to just have a direct connection to source, because if I consider my relationship with the source personal, so I deserve a personal direct contact. Because I remembered that it was possible to have a direct connection. No one else knows that you're allowed to just ask and get whatever you want. So I know that. So yes, that's the whole point. Sometimes we don't even remember the importance of following your journey, because it's like when you don't have your connection, then you're borrowing for someone else. So you're saying, hey, what did they say? What they say? Huh? And it's just so much easier if you just, hey, clear. That's direct, clear communication. No futzing about. Direct. The less people that you have to pass the message on to, the better your chances of getting an accurate message, because translations happen, changes happen, right? So you always need to have it. It's like when you work like a security job and you need like a radio. There's different people in different places, because you always want to make, if there's changes, if there's something going on, they need everybody to get to somewhere. There always should be a unified ability to connect, right? But it's very confusing. You be in a work group chat and everybody messaging all their questions and stuff. It ain't got nothing to do with you, what you care about. It's just chat. It's just, irrelevant shit. So that's the important. If you want clear communication and understanding from individuals who have different individual purposes, they need a direct line and a direct connection, so that they don't get what they're supposed to do confused with what you told somebody else to do. So then there's no way you can say you don't know. If you were directly told from source and then source directly instructed, whatever, okay, then the information's good. It's like, why waste time questioning the validity of the source instead of just going directly to what you consider a valid source? I don't know. But yes, what you were instructed to do may be different from what someone else is doing. Like it's like when you're taking a test and then there's different versions of the test. So it doesn't make sense to copy the person next to you if they're not even taking the same test as you. You get on. So it's like the test I'm taking for my life is different than yours. So it don't make sense to mess up the chat where you're giving me instructions for me, but you're just sending it out randomly, so that nobody knows who it's actually addressed for, and we're all guessing. Like, is this for you? Is this for you? Is this for you? Like, that's basically what it is. Like, oh, who is it? Like the whole concept, like, oh, this person is gonna come and do this, and it's like, who? You don't know. Or like, these people need to do this. Like, who? Which ones? Like, an app would be nice.
What happens to the wave when you disrupt the law?
Okay, so. Yeah, so. But yeah, if it's a torus, not just a black hole. I mean, is that what a black hole is? A torus? But it basically is cyclical, so it's like an infinity loop, right? How it goes in one side and it comes out the other. So when you talk about this color wheel, and we talk about like a wave, it expands outward, but we say it can't be destroyed. It doesn't just disappear. It gets stopped, but the stopping causes it to turn back in the other direction. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, can't help myself. I love you and nobody else. I love you and nobody else. Okay, so yes. So it doesn't just disappear, so it would go back. I mean, what we like ricochet and take your aim, fire away, fire away. Take your aim, fire away, fire away, fire away. I won't fall, I'm titanium. Put me down, but I won't fall. I am tight. Wait, you put me down, but I won't fall. You bring me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. I am titanium. Put me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Stone hard machine guns. You know, stone hard bulletproof vests. And most of all, thank you for loving me for who I really am. I'm beautiful. Yes, I'm beautiful. Okay, so yes, it doesn't just disappear. I would think maybe it would ricochet, go backward, like. But who's to say that it happens in a straight line? Like, first of all, who's to say it happens in a straight line? But who's to say that the path that it took forward is the same path that it's taking back? When it hits. Oh my gosh. Because when you put that out, like if you think of a sound wave, we imagine a sound wave and we see, and that's like the pebble in the water. So when the wave crashes, right, from the disturbance, and then it's a wave, and then it crashes into something that stops, it prevents the sound from going through, we say, which is why you can't hear, from a far distance. We say there's this idea like it just runs out. So then what happens to the wave? Does it just disappear? Does it go backwards? Or is it still going on? Because we say that it stops, but really all sound and vibration is transported through a medium. And the medium is literally atoms, like DNA. It's all around us. So why would, like, we think the concept, like, if it was a steel door, like a soundproof room, it's stopping the sound. But really what it's doing is it's not echoing and reverberating the sound. Like, you get it? When you're in an empty room, it echoes. When you have stuff in the room, you're not echoing. Right, in most rooms, right? That's the point. But it also depends, though, on the size of the room in comparison to, like if it, like it, you would still be able to. The more people that were in the room, the less there may be an echo, right? Why is that? So when we say something stop, we think, oh, this sound proves us, and it's like, does the sound just disappear, or does it just get harder to hear the sound, or does the sound take longer to travel, and it's just slow instead of being able to pass through fast, right? Is it just taking a long time to transport? Or maybe it gets stuck. Maybe it gets stuck in time, or maybe, like I said, it stops, but then it gets recollected. Like if you were to freeze water, if you had ice and then you were to let the ice melt, it's still the same ice or it's still the same liquid, but now the cubes are in different spaces, right? Now things are moved because there was a melting. But if you were to freeze it again, the ice cubes won't just necessarily come back. Well, they won't just come back. You'll have to mold it, craft it. And then you have to hold the mold long enough. The mold will have to hold long enough until everybody got frozen. All the atoms got frozen, right? So it's about, but when something is more, so that's something that's more dense. That's ice, solid. That's solid matter, slower. So really, the denser the matter, the slower. The denser the matter, which is usually heavier the object, which means that's more matter, which means it's more DNA, which means that it's more atoms in a dense state, like density. So what does it mean? Compared to atoms being more dispersed or expanded from, like, if you were to heat up a liquid or boil a liquid and then you eventually make a gas, you see how, like, more heat, more expansion, colder, tinier, more compact. So slowing things down forms matter, speeding things up causes increase. So it's not bad or good in terms of energy. It was quote unquote be loud or soft, or it would then become visible versus non-visible. But also, so the atoms are individual, right? But when something's hot, the atoms, what are they doing? They're kind of expanding. That's why it's a gas form. When you consolidate that gas back into a liquid, that means you're slowing down the atoms, and then when you freeze it, it's getting even slower and it's getting even colder. So but again, this is about the atoms that there's themselves being more. There's because it's like if you only have a set space, which is like volume. If you only have a container with a certain amount, you can only to make something, right? To like if you wanted to make something, if you wanted when you freeze something, it expands as well, right? But it's more compact.
Okay, so what happens to the wave when you disrupt the water with?
So I'm saying in terms of like surface area though, but it's like, oh, does the amount of the atoms increase or decrease, or does the size of each individual atom change? Is there more? I think there's more because this is my theory. I think atoms are 2D, not 3D. And so you would want more atoms if you wanted to add more mass or matter, like a 3D printer. So all to get a 3D shape, it is essentially taking 2D shapes and stacking them on top of each other. So if we look at each individual molecule, each individual atom, each right, which is what everything is made up of. If we look at each individual atom instead of like a circular cube in which we know, we looked at it as a circle, not a sphere. Sphere is 3D. To get to a 3D sphere, it's only consisting of taking 2D circles and stacking the 2D circles on top of each other, correct? That's how you get to 3D. So atoms are 2D in nature. So when we talk about mass, matter, something being more visible to the naked eye, it's because instead of one ant, there's a million ants. Which one are you going to be able to see better? The one ant, singular, or multiple ants? So if it's 2D layered, the more that you have, the darker the color can be, the more vivid it can be, the heavier it can be, the denser it can be. But then what are you doing? The more 2D atoms, then you're also requiring energy. Now shifting back to when we were talking about the concept of, real quick, the sound. So if we understand that atoms are 2D and then they become in a sense, then they, in it, oh shit, hold up, oh shit. Oh my God, okay, oh my God, bro. 2D, because I was about to say that light, when we talk about light in relation to like vibration, atoms, right? Then I was going to say atoms are the medium in which the light passes through. But if atoms are really 2D, and then they're stacked on each other. Yes, because it's like we see depictions of atoms looking 3D, but they became 3D because individually the actual atoms, it's 2D layers superimposed on top of each other to create the illusion of 3D. So when we talk about that in the real world and like people, then and we look at the component and say, oh well, the sound is like stopped in the wall. No, then at that point it's harder to get through it. It's just slower moving. It's being stopped. Why? Like light can't pass through a dense surface. Why? It's because it's a barricade. When your DNA molecules are so super duper stacked up, right? So imagine how many 2D layers of atoms to make one body, right? But also they're changed based on like perception, almost like they change in size. The same way a wave, like if you do a pebble in the water, when it expands outward, the waves are going to increasingly get bigger. But to get to big boy point, it takes a series of smaller little things. So I was saying 2D, I was thinking of it as like the medium. But and we think like atoms have a medium, but what if atoms don't really have a medium? What if everything is just sound and vibration? Because why? When you think of a sound, like when you think of turning the sound, the volume up, it has that like it starts with a smaller bar and then the bar gradually gets bigger. That reminds me of sound, like projection. Ah, so is everything really? So if physical matter originates from atoms, which are really just sound vibrations, it's like the so. Sound vibrations. Yes, so it's like the concept of it's not able to pass through. Well, why wouldn't it be able to pass through when it passed before? Right? It can't go back, but it can go forward. So it just stopped. Well, it just stops, So you're saying the sound goes out and then it hits the edge and then what? It just falls off nowhere, disappears, or does it reverse and reverberate the other way? Or does it remain as an echo? Or does it not stop? Like, that's another theory. Does it not even stop? And the reason why we say it's not stop because it's like if you were on one side of the wall, somebody whispered something, you probably couldn't hear them because then you're saying you're too quiet. But what if we were to amplify the volume, then you would have a better chance at hearing through the wall. But it's the words, the volume is connected with the breath, which is connected with oxygen, which is a different form of frequency. So it's like voice command. The world is voice command, I think. Or you can create with your words. Because if words come from like breath, oxygen is a form of frequency. When you transform that, and so it's also through heat, but it's also through speed, right? Colder, slower, hotter, faster, colder, softer. You need heat to change. The breath, air can sometimes work as a cooling tool. So what causes the sound to stop, or is the sound just slowly traveling? So it's just fainter. Oh. So yeah, I'm saying, if it travels through a medium, it's not about the volume that you necessarily speak with. It's about the energy of the words that you speak. It's not about how loud. It's about the energy that the words carry. That's what determines true volume. Because what's good when we talk about volume, we talk about taking up space. Something can only go as far as the fuel source allows, right? Doesn't matter how much you prepare, plan, what your hopes and dreams are. Whatever you fill up your tank, and your car is only going to take you as far as the gas that you have. So when we talk about that in terms of vibration and words, it's not about volume, it's not about necessarily saying something, but it's about the true value and the quality of the things that you're saying. Those are the wishes that get granted. Those are the things become a reality when you speak in true alignment and when you speak with good intent. You get what I'm saying? Because when you speak, you're answering your higher self. You're answering back to your higher self. And it's a confirmation saying, do you hear me? Like it's almost like your higher consciousness is telling you what to say. And your ability to say that's what's going to lead to your success. Your ability to follow and to, yeah. Okay, so. But that's because that's your home base. That's your direction. That's your set of directions. So, yeah, the concept of like space and whatever, it's an illusion. Otherwise, if you think of like everything is kind of like an energy grid, all these different wires interconnected into different things, whatever. And so it's like, when you think of that in terms of energy, when everything's really sound vibration, sound waves, then that's how you have to look. And so there's certain words that have, when you're saying words, then that can be caught up in the receiver of someone else. Someone can, catch the airwaves of it, right? The things that you put out. So it's like, you have to be mindful of interception or distortion, right? So if our communication lines with our higher self can be interrupted by other people who making the wrong call on the wrong radio channel, yeah, the lines of communication are mixed because they're not dedicated, and we don't know exactly who you're speaking to, who you're directing to do what. And then it gets confused because then when you say something, then everybody's, oh, he was talking to me, or he was talking to me, and it's like, we don't know. But it's not just like, well, everybody just do it. No, because certain jobs only certain people can do. So you must know that whether or not the person you're speaking to is qualified to do what you're asking them to do. But more importantly, the person you're speaking to may not know that they're qualified to do it because they never do it. Wow, my hand hurts. I don't know why. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet. It's 3 in the morning. Yeah, so direct line. So you have to learn which messages are. So we kind of hear these messages. You have to learn which messages are really for you. And and chase after girls. kick you with who I wanted, and I never get confronted for it, 'cause they stick up for me. If I were a boy, I think I could understand. I don't understand how it feels to love a girl, how it feels to love a girl. I swear I'd be a better man. You don't listen to her, 'cause you know how it hurts. And I know that she be faithful, waiting for me to come home. To come home. If I were a boy, I would turn off my phone. Tell everyone it's broken, so they think that I was sleeping alone. I put myself first. I put myself first and make the rules as I go. 'Cause I know that she be faithful, waiting for me to come home, to come home. Okay.
That's because that's your homemade.
So I'm saying to ay. Buddy. Hi, old buddy, old pal. I might have did too much. Ow! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Flop, flop, flop. No. Ow. Oh. 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 Ooh. No. Oh my gosh. Oh. Mhm. Did anybody ever figure out the keys, the secret to like when your leg fall asleep? What are you supposed to do? Oh. Ah. 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 Why do? Why does that even happen? Ah. 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 Why does our leg fall asleep? I fall asleep. Ah. Oh. Sorry. Okay, because you're sitting. Oh, because it's like you get stiff because you're sitting there for a long time and the blood ain't pumping, the blood ain't flowing. Is that a confirmation burp? But yeah, it's like, oh, the buildup. Live discontinued for some reason. What the fuck? What? Girl, bye. Fuck you. So, hmm, yeah. So if it's you don't use it, you're sitting critical, and your legs fall asleep because you weren't using it. So when you stand up, then it's this slow stand up that you kind of have to do to wait for like the blood to get pumping again, to get flowing back into the right areas. And then slowly, when you stand up, eventually you'll start to. It's like this tingling that you feel, like, it's coming back to life, coming back to life, coming back to life. And then eventually, stretch out, and bring them back to life again. You know. But but Buddhists, like monks and stuff, then they can sit crisscross applesauce for a long time. Do their legs fall asleep or not? Because I'm thinking if you can sit in stillness, there must be a way for you to still have allow the. Because now, when you crisscross your legs, you're just introducing a new, basically, path that your blood has to take. So why would your blood be preventing itself from going over your kneecaps? Like where is it getting stuck in and why? So it's like maybe because we should be able to sit a long time, especially like being in kindergarten and stuff. Your legs falling asleep, like you got young legs. So it's like the energy should be able to still flow even if you're in a state of stillness, because that's really all that's happening. right? It's a movement is not really your body necessarily moving. It is in a sense, but what's happening? There's electrical processes that are firing off as you move, and it's what's happening is that's why processing and like movement, coordination is an important factor in like your brain health because it's like if you can think a thought and then instantly respond, that means your body's in alignment. When there's a delay, when it's like you're thinking, I want to move, I want to move, I want to move, and you can't move, there's a disconnect happening. So energetically, if really everything is the information, the electrical information that will be transferred is being transported through the different DNA, which is what? Different layers. Why? Because atoms are 2D shapes stacked on top of each other to create 3D shapes. So it has to pass through the different layers, which means it has to have enough force to get from one area to the body to the other. Now, in terms of our legs falling asleep, we're talking about our blood no longer being able to move, getting stuck, blood clots. So if we understand that our electrical energy is what is using the blood as a transportation system, there must be mean that there's some kind of cluster that is preventing the message from getting through properly where you're trying to get to your destination. So when we talk, that's the illusion we talk about of sound, not being able to pass certain things. Is it not passing through at all, or is it just slower to pass through? It's not as fast. If you want it to happen faster, you would need more initial force, correct? It only can, or the line has to be consistent and steady. It's not always about if you just do a really hard, fast shot, right? We talk about blood. Like think of blood. Like when you think of a straw, when you suck through a straw, you need enough suction to pull the drink up, or nothing's gonna happen. But how fast you, it's also gonna depend on the viscosity of the actual thing you're moving. So if you need more force for something that's denser. So if we're talking about that in terms of energy, to move a solid, you would need more, right? Compared to if you were trying to move something that's lighter, and it will take less to move it. So it's like being, but then there's also like a,
Hi, old buddy. Old pal. That's because that's your home base. That's your direction.
yeah, so sound, the illusion of sound not being able to pass through certain matter, and it's like, or is it just harder for it to pass through? Like, does the information get slower? Because why? Then, if you only provide so much on the journey out, eventually it's gonna dwindle down more, right? So the same way that a wave, it starts out strong, but as it expands out more and more, it disperses more, right? So when it disperses more, then it will become rare at a point, right? It will become indiscernible. That's the point, right? So, I mean, is that the point? But yeah, it would just be like before it was easier to push through certain layers of your like atoms through the matter. It's easier to push through certain layers because they made the individual atoms made it so that the energy, the vibration can pass through faster. So if that looks like on a genetic level or like an energy level, if that looks like um the more in alignment you are, the more in alignment the atoms are, the more receptive the atoms are to one another, the more on one accord they are, the more efficient they are at translating the proper message, the better chance it has to getting there. When there's disruptions, right? Which we know with certain brain issues or whatever, it's a processing issue. Learning, it's a processing issue. It's not that the information isn't there, it's having trouble getting from point A to point B. So we're dealing with distortions. ADHD is a distortion. Your frequency is being distorted, so you can't focus, right? So that's what's really happening internally. Your electrical firing for your brain and your processing and your focus, it's off. It's out of whack. Your mind is in too many places at once to focus on the task at hand. So when we talk about clots and blood and, if there are the blockages, this means that there's maybe a distortion or a resistance to allowing the energy to pass through, which the energy is vibrations, which is sound. So, but this is also, it could just be the more matter that you have, the heart. It's like, again, like a barricade. It's easier to break through a barricade if it was two people compared to if it was 2,000 people in one barricade, right? So that is what the matter and the density is. It's the 2D layers, the 2D atoms stacked up on each other, right? To where it makes it, it gives it more of a solid foundation, right? They can hold tighter together. That's the point, right? So, yes, when there's disruptions within that, which is called from, disharmony within the body, that's also, it's about how but it's also like, imagine like you're trying to fuel something up, but then it's like you don't have quite enough energy to fulfill the bar. You're still missing something. So what is it that we're missing in terms of volume and atoms and sound? Why is the sound not enough to travel all the way to where it needs to go without stopping? Is it if the atoms are created, the atoms are wanting this process to happen, so is the atoms that are not allowing the light in, or is there not enough light to make it all the way to the finish line? So this is where we talk about the initial input, energetic, and this is the quality of it, the quality of it, the speed. So speaking, intention, volume, your ability to create a reality, it's about alignment. And it's about the truth, speaking from your heart. That's the purity of, when you talk about vibrations, the purity of vibrations comes from truth. It comes from speaking directly with source itself. Becoming a channel to divine source itself is purity. Everything else is a distortion and a lie. But you can feel that. So this isn't something I'm making up. This can be observed. So I'm saying, how do we get the energy to get all the way to where it needs to? Is we utilize it in the best way possible. And you know what I'm saying? That's why when I practice like breath work, and sometimes I just randomly practice holding my breath. And I don't have a reason to. But I think of like holding your breath the longest is like a feat. Something like being able to take the most breaths within a minute or something. That's a feat. But those to me are tools into the way we really should be breathing. It's not about who can hold their breath the longest. It's not about who can breathe the fastest or the slowest. In the same way, it's not about who says the most words or who says the least amount of words. It's who says the words that matter the most that's going to count in the end, right? When you're scanning over something like a resume or something you want to read quick, you're looking for identifying markers. Everything else is just going to be fluff. Nobody's going to care about it. So that is how you know where you're wasting words. If you can afford to have words cut out the equation, that must not have been a significant part of the story, right? You can't remove the foundation from something and expect it to still stand. You could take pieces off of it around it, but the core foundation must always be present for you to be able to build anything off of it. So, so yes, who can use the words right? Who can use the tools the rightest is the one that's gonna win. You know, who can apply it in a useful way when it's necessary, because all the things we learn aren't always useful all the time, every single day. But your ability to pull that out of your ass when it counts, that's when it's going to be relevant. When you can identify that the skill that you learned is going to be useful in this situation. So, yeah, it's not about who can do the most, who can do the least, who can do it the fastest. It's about who can do it right. And everything else is just fluff.
Yeah, so sound, the illusion of sound not being able to pass through certain. Hi, old buddy. Old pal. Hi, old.
Ain't to say it out loud.
Yeah, so you must give something enough fuel by being in alignment to give it the greatest chance of success. Ensuring a clear path to success. So it's like when to get to point A to point B, you want to take the path of least resistance, usually. Instead of walking around the corner, we find it easier to cut through the grass. That's a shortcut. Because what are we doing? We're cutting the curves out of the equation. Curves seemingly add more. Like it's supposed to be saving us time when we cut corners. But I don't know if that's actually how it works. So if you have a straight, if it takes from, that doesn't even make, okay, maybe it does make sense. It makes sense. If you're on point A to point B, but people say don't take a straight line, that just, or not do a curved line. They say take a straight line because it's the easiest thing. But that's assuming that there's a clear path for that. Because the path is wavy, but you were saying, I want to save time and cut corners and don't want to go all the way to the end. I'm just going to stop short and curve around, you know. Mm-mm. And it's like, that can work as long as that's the easiest path. But if it's going to make things more challenging, the more spins and circles, or if it's going to make it, like, for example, okay, I was saying it backwards. If you're saying, do you take a straight path to avoid the extra time it may take to take a curve, right? And we say the quickest way to point A to point B, oftentimes people say it's a straight line. But I'm saying that is assuming the path is actually clear for you. If it says, if you on your GPS and it says, oh, you could take here, and you're like, oh, I don't usually go this way, this must be a shortcut. But the shortcut requires you to have to go through a back road or a desert, or it takes like a 100-foot drop off, and then you have to go over a fence and go through a land of mines. Was that a shortcut? Was that a better option to take? Because you wanted to do it your way? You wanted to shave off a few minutes? So you took the longer route. So you took what you thought was a shorter route, but you weren't equipped to go through that path. So taking the straight path is not wrong if it makes sense to take the straight path. But then we must consider, why was the curved path given to us as an option if it was so obviously wrong? Could it be that the curve was not just a suggestion, but it was already the best option? You were already given the best option, quickest path, and you decide the path that makes the most sense with all things considering, and you decide to take a shortcut of your own free will. So that's like, instead of walking on the sidewalk, you walk through somebody's grass, and you say, oh, it's easier, I shaved all time. But was that okay to walk through someone else's grass when the path was of a sidewalk was provided for a reason? People who tend to have sidewalks and driveways give a fuck about their grass. But anyway, yes, but it's saying sometimes you don't want to take the extra step, but sometimes the steps that you skip are going to catch up with you in the end. You know, I'm using a grass metaphor, but I'm really talking about life and existence itself. I'm talking about trying to cheat ourselves out of our own success and perfection by cutting corners. Because we're so focused on the now, the now, the now. But when you cheat and you cut corners, when the real competition shows up, the one who actually took the time to do what needed to be done, you're not going to be well equipped to compete, are you? You forgot what it was like. You know. Ooh, did y'all hear that? Damn. Yeah, so we take the curves of life, the trials and tribulations as inconveniences, but those are the tools to our success. Why else would it happen? It's a test, but you're the answer. You're the answer, but what you experience as trials and tribulations are tests. What you're testing to see is who you are. So these trials and tribulations come up in your life, but it's not always something you can cheat on. But it's like they try to say like, "Oh, I am who I am because of my trauma," and I don't believe that saying. Like, I don't believe that my trauma made me. The reason I survived my trauma is because of who I am. So it was me building the skills and the tools over time and through my experiences that helps me to understand even deeper and show me, like, the experience I went through showed me who I am. So it revealed my true nature, my true self to me. Something that I didn't always, know. But that was the whole point of life. It was a discovery process. And the challenges were tests to see, okay, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? And when you can look back and be proud of who you know that you are, that's a beautiful life. You know, it's a proud moment for yourself to be able to, know that you didn't even know you were being tested and you still passed with flying colors. Because it wasn't something you studied for, planned for, or it wasn't something you could copy or prepare or really learn. It was something you were teaching yourself through experience. So it's like you were always trying to charge yourself up to do the hard work, to do the hard work, to do the hard work. But you were always doing the heavy lifting and you didn't even realize. You were doing the hardest parts, thinking that you were about to have to figure out how to do the hardest part. So the hardest part was already being done. And you thought you were just in the planning phase. And why? It's because who you are, you don't have to try to be. And that's when you're in alignment. That's when you flow. Because you don't have to worry about if you're doing it right, or you're doing the right thing, or if you're acting the right way, if you're following the right script. All you have to worry about is following yourself and your heart. That's the easiest task on this earth. We make the planet so hard. Our only task is to follow our hearts.
So you must give something enough. Yet so sound, the illusion of sound.
When you ask genuine questions, you will receive genuine answers. Because when one takes the time to ask a genuine question, it only makes sense that they wait for the answer. So be prepared to receive the answer. Don't set limitation on what to expect, what the final result is. Ask and allow. Don't predict. Prediction is only the concept of prediction being a sin. It's just because God likes surprises. That's it. Don't seek for the times because you were limiting, because all of reality exists through the creation of your own beliefs and your thoughts. You set your own limitations. So if you limit yourself to believe only this set of things are possible, you're limiting what you're allowing God to do for you, how you're allowing God to show up in your life. Ask, desire, want. But don't expect the outcome. it's just saying you set your own limitations. So you think in terms of, oh, this isn't possible, then you're not going to look or seek or hope or think or try to make something like that happen. Because it's just like, what's the point? You can't even fathom it. When you just do to the best of your ability and you don't try to control the outcome of what happens, just enjoy. That's the frequency that you must be in to succeed. So what people don't get, it's not a begging energy. It's not like a, oh my god, what's gonna happen? What's gonna, like, no. It's when you're enjoying yourself so much that you don't even give a fuck what happens. Like, I don't even care what happens after this. Like, that's how you know what I'm saying? But miserable people, they be so stuck in the past. People who are never satisfied are always obsessed with the future. And it's like, who just really takes the time to enjoy the now, the present moment, without wishing or wanting to be more than they already are? It's hard for us to get into that thing because that would require us to actually be satisfied. And we're always told how we're not supposed to be happy with just what we have. So, yes, limitations. Don't think that you can control the outcome. Think of your biggest dream and give that dream up today. No, but it's for real. Like, think of your biggest, most wildest dream and genuinely throw that dream away. Give up on it, throw it out the window, spit at it, step on it, set it on fire, chuck it aside. Because what God has planned for you is bigger than that. If you will allow it, that's so elementary. You think that God is doing all of this to give you the life of your dreams. No, God wants to give you a life that you can't even imagine. So stop worrying so much about what you can envision. That's bullshit and that's low level thinking. That's why the prediction, the manifestation, the law of attraction, it doesn't make sense. Because most people are only perceiving based on the limits of what they believe they can even achieve. So it's like you want to do this and okay, it's a little far-fetched, but I think if I really can set out a plan, I can make it happen. And I was saying, like, when it comes to spark and genius and success, you can't plan it, it just happens. So we think we can plan success. People who plan success are stupid. Your plan is your own limitation. So instead of planning, especially when you can't prepare for everything, just focus on enjoying the moment now.
When you ask a genuine question, so you must give something enough fuel by guys, I'm really hungry, so I'm gonna get some food. I'm really, really hungry, but I will. I don't know what to do. Keep away, take away. Says she's 10 months pregnant and she's keeping. How many months pregnant? Says she's 3 months pregnant and she's keeping it. The first thing I did around was you. Third thing. Gonna do what I did. Gonna do what I did. And I ain't ready for no kid in my life. These are my and I ain't ready for no kid in my life. And I ain't ready for no kid in my And I ain't ready for no kid in my life. These are my confessions. And I'm gone and I don't know. And I'm gone and I don't know what to do. 'Cause you gotta keep her to my confessions. If I go tell it, then I gotta tell it all. And I got that phone call. I don't know what to do but to keep part two of my confession. When we're in hell, out of my mouth, ain't gonna be easy. Get it over with, over with. Open up the door, didn't wanna come in and say, these are my confessions. And are you ready for no kidding, my love? Oh, yeah. When you ask genuine questions, you give genuine answers because so yesterday I was watching 90 Day Fiance and I feel like I had a revelation. And I was also, I think I was watching Love After Lockup and then I was watching 90 Day Fiance. And I was like recognizing, okay, especially 90 Day Fiance, I was recognizing something about the, like, oh God, hold on. Where are my phone closed? Yeah, so I was watching 90 Day Fiance yesterday, and I was noticing something about the women. It seemed as though I don't know what it was, and maybe it was the full moon or something, but it was like sometimes I had this thing where I kind of have X-ray vision, not like actual X-ray vision of like appearances, but it's like I can see through somebody's to their true intentions. Like it's not about like a physical thing, but it's like X-ray vision. Sometimes I feel like there's times I've had it where it's almost like it's like I'm a human lie detector. Like I know what somebody's. I don't know how. So anyway, it's like I don't know. Maybe it's like I don't know what it is, but it's like I could like look at somebody. There's sometimes, and it's sometimes where it's more advanced than others. It increases more at certain times compared to others, but it's like I can. Like I was looking at the women, it's like I could see like the root of their like insecurity, or sometimes even like traumas are coming up, like ancestral trauma, like was coming up. Literally just from like looking at the person, I'm like, nah, this is what she's dealing with. I don't know how I knew, but I really felt. And then they were actually confirming it in the show at times, where they're like, they either said things or somebody else was like, oh, we think maybe this is what it kind of seems, and it's like, dang, I don't even know this person. That's the crazy thing is, but these are people who know them. You know, I don't know these people, but just from looking at them, I'm like, yeah, I could like know their true reason and root of things. I don't really know why, but yeah, I found that to me it mimicked the consciousness permutation, which is kind of a system of understanding the language of reality, like frequency. So it's connected with atom, but the atom is showcased as like 6 different petals with a 7th center point. So I've connected this with the different chakra points, and I've assigned them with different permutations based on the nature of reality, of how it works, of how reality is essentially a reflection of our projection based on our perception. So what our beliefs are and then our actions and response, and then it's the world result, which is also connected to the heart, the mind, no, the heart, the crown, and the root chakras, which are like the three energetic primary circuit points, because 369 Tesla. But when you have three foundational points that then branch off into other different points, but with the three primary points, anyway, all 7 of the chakra points are connected with the 7 petals or points of the flower of life, which is really the atom. So within that, it also goes in alignment with, could be like the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues. So you can be indifferent. That's basically the atom. It just explains our experience as humans. So the 7 chakra points are also connected with like different concepts, but also like different emotions, right? Which is kind of frequency. So like, but it's also more or less a translation of the wraths and the virtues of like deception, for example. Deception is one. What's the opposite of deception? It's truth, we could say. So, but all of these exist simultaneously, and well, each of the 6 petals are really 2 petals that are connected, which 6 petals, or which is really the flower of life is overlapping circles. Then within that, then there's really essentially 2 triangles. 2 triangles, which a triangle is 3 points. So the 3 is the repeating pattern of creation that we keep seeing. 3, it's the seed, it's the chord in music. So what is a song? To make a song, it's a combination of different chords. The 3P is also correlated to the proton, the atom. Protons, neutrons, and electrons. So that's 3. Creation, destruction, preservation. It's all creation within itself. So if we have the base points, then we see there's 2 overlapping triangles, essentially, and we understand that reality is really layered by groups of 3, which is connected to the red, green, and blue, which is the crown, the heart, and the root. Now, the root, the crown, and the heart. But this is also connected with mind, body, and soul. Many people say mind, body, and soul as though they're different things, but it's not. It's actually an equation, and it's 2 inputs and an output. So it's not mind, body, and soul. It's mind plus body equals soul. So the mind and body is what makes up the soul. The soul is only a result, a product of the mind and the body. So in terms of how our body actually works, this is why there's an input here and there's an input in our root chakra. And then the heart is the soul, which happens to be our center chakra point. So in terms of like an infinity loop or a torus, you have energy that has an entry point and there's energy that has an exit point. Now, how this toroidal field occurs, how the energy is directed to where and to when, whatever, that's directly connected to your alignment, right? Your energetic alignment. So when we talk about going up the hill, you want to do stuff the hardest way possible. You want to think that you know the best way, fine. But when you go through those resistance, that is on you. But clearly that's what you feel like you needed to do. Ultimately, the path that's correct is always going to be available to you. The path of least resistance. The least resistance means you're in the most alignment with yourself, not trying to jump into somebody else's lane. That's where the resistance comes from, the over congestion, when stuff gets oversaturated because everybody trying to do the same thing. Yeah, so have fun being 1 in a billion, bitch. When you stay in your own line, all you got to worry about is you. The path is clear. You don't gotta be competing to be the best such and such. You in a line playing copycats. The odds of you winning are against you because there's more people competing. When you only competing against yourself in your own lane, that's when you secure your chance to win. All you gotta do is finish. And then you know if somebody tries to come over to your lane and do you, they're never gonna win. Because the requirement prerequisite to win your life is to be you. So you have a guaranteed trophy if you do what you're supposed to do for you. So
Yeah, so I was watching. And if you
anyway, I was watching 90 Day Fiance, and I was noticing these connections about how, but what I do like with the permutation, like there's essentially three. Well, all of them have a negative and a positive side, so to speak, because that's creation. You need a positive proton and you need a negative electron. But then you have the neutron, which is the preservation, but it's really a maintenance between positive and negative. That's you know what I'm saying? That's the balancing act. So that's where it's again, mind and body are what create the soul. That's like if you have 1 plus something equals 2, what would be in the blank? Right. So yes, but what it's also, so it's about maintaining a balancing act. Some things are not always bad and some things are not always good. But knowing when to use what and how, or being able, that's the thing, is avoidance. People think that when it comes to like darkness or evil or detachment, they think that it's about avoidance, it's about staying away from it. But if we understand that that's a natural part of life, that's just an inevitability, then we have to learn how to deal with the inevitability, not convince ourselves that the inevitable is not inevitable. Do you get that? We must spend our time trying to navigate the inevitable instead of trying to convince ourselves that the inevitable does not exist. But it's like, if it's also inevitable, how much time should we really spend trying to prevent it when it's going to happen anyway, right? So it's like to succeed and to last longer in the game of life, it's not about trying to avoid and love and light your way into happiness. It's about taking life at its, not even at its face value, but make your own meaning. That's how you become a creator of your own life. Stop letting other people tell you what's bad or what's good or what you should feel about what's happening in your specific life personally to you. That's for you to decide. That's what makes you the creator of your reality. You choose whether the glass is half empty and half full. Nobody else gets to say that. So how you decide to look at your situation, what you decide to do with what you've been dealt, that's completely up to you. It shouldn't be policed on what people are only policing you because they did it a different way. And they're convinced that your way is not right or it's not accurate or it's not possible even because nobody else ever done it. So this is the problem where people get afraid to deviate from the origin all the time. When, deviating from the origin is a different topic than knowing the origin and understanding the origin at all. Because some people think they can skirt on the origin and then they can just start doing their own thing. But how would you know how would you know how different you were, how much better you were than the original if you never even knew the original? So it's like there's no comparison. Like I don't get that. It's like, oh, you have to do it this way. It worked for you, but who's to say it wouldn't work for anyone else? That's you saying you know every way that it will possibly work ever. What? That doesn't make sense. So that's about opening your path. Ow! My fucking foot. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Bro. Hi. Okay, yes, the flow. Sometimes. Oh yes. And so I was looking at the different oppositions, and it's about how knowing where to land on each of the spectrums, you know, how it's so that's your perception, how you visualize, how you're seeing the world, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. And there's two eyes, but there's a third eye. The third eye is really how you're viewing your reality, because the eyes are literally projectors. But the eyes set this frequency that then projects to a singularity. This is why you have left hemisphere, right hemisphere, right? So they really, when there's a, that's like they call hemisync, like syncing your brain. There's a magnetic part of your brain, and there's a what is the other one called? No, when they talk about like the amygdala, there's an electrical aspect of your brain and a magnetic. Why? Because one is a push energy and one is a pull energy. So that's what we're also talking about in the flow of things. So the flow of things is controlled through energy, right? Your eyes as well. So it's left and right connected to the left and right brains. So in terms of visualizing, it's about a frequency. So your eyes, the more stable your eyes, the more focused you are. And then that's clarity. You can feel the frequency, when you can feel the harmonization in your mind. And then so what you're doing is that energy and frequency is then being displayed in your third eye. And then your third eye, if you actually look up how your eyes work, this is sound. But yeah, so basically your eyes are just a projection of what's happening in your mind's eye. So whatever you don't like out here that you're seeing, it has something to do with in here. Because this is just a product of these, right? So it's a loop in a sense. But yes, you can feel the energetic frequency and the harmony between the brains. And when you begin to learn how to focus that energy, stabilize the energy, harmonize it, balance it within yourself. And so this is focus, this is meditation on like a physical way, because then your mind isn't all over the place. If we understand the way our brain, our mind processes information is through electrical firing. So that means every thought you have that comes, whatever, it's firing off. That's why people can't focus. So we want to focus. So we need to get control of our system, which means getting control of our mind. So that's why you want to be able to clear your mind out through meditation. And what happens is there's a reset that occurs. So it's a silencing of energy. And when you can sit in that rest, in that silence, to clear and free your mind of all the fuzz, all the distortion. Because they say your brain, you think thousands of thoughts a day, but most of them are useless. So we want to be purposeful in our thought, understanding that it's an energetic processing that's occurring. And then a lot of them are useless, and it's gonna affect what? Your mind's gonna be all over the place. You're gonna be stressed, anxious, worrying about the future, worrying about the past. That's gonna take you away from your moment. So we want to be focused on our moment. So we have to have a clear mind to be able to focus on what really matters. Focus on the beauty of life. Focus on our journey. It's when you get that tunnel vision. You're not thinking about nobody else. We can literally shift ourselves into this energetic state through this process that I'm explaining to you of focusing the mind, harmonizing within. And this is also about breath. So we're resetting the mind through meditation to silence the mind of the thoughts. And if you
Anyway, so I was watching that today.
in the meditative practice, when you're starting out to learn how to clear your mind of thoughts, because most of our thoughts are racing. It's when you practice meditation, you begin to control and silence and filter those thoughts. And you can slow the thoughts from coming in. You have more time to identify the thought you're having. This is mindfulness. So then you can determine which are yours thoughts and which are someone else's thoughts. Which thoughts are worth putting some more action, more thoughts behind, and then putting into action. Which ones are worth? So it's a frequency. So you can feel the frequency. If you can think something in your mind, so there's a thought, an energy that comes with the thought that you want, the frequency that you want. If you can filter through the thoughts that come into your mind to determine which one match the frequency that you're at, that's what's going to come out. And then you just let it flow. No hesitation, no doubt. Then you should be able to get to a point of trusting the thought that pops into your mind is the answer to your question. But it's about having a direct line. If there's distortion, if there's fears and things like that, so that can disrupt your ability to receive information. So, yes. So thoughts. Yes. So focusing on action matters. And so this is about focusing your thought and then so meditation clears the mind out, whatever, then you will be able to receive thoughts better. Your brain is a receiver. So then that's what's being, like you think of it like your third eye is connected to your thoughts, your belief, and it's like a Game Boy. So this is your card slot. Whatever thought you implant in here, that's what's going to project out here. So be mindful of what you implant here, right? And what plays in our mind, if we're distracted from what's actually going on in front of us, again, then that's when we're either worried about the past, obsessing about the future, comparing ourselves to someone else. We're worried about what somebody else is doing, what somebody else have, what we don't have. Then you just start getting in this paranoid state, right? And then it's not good. So when you don't focus on anybody else and you don't give people that residency in your mind, when you stay focused on yourself and what you need to do, then at that point you don't have time to be worrying about nobody else. And then that's what's going to put you on track to getting in alignment. So that's just where it starts. Then what it does is it starts to filter. And when you settle on a frequency, energy, whatever, and you start bringing it down, all you're doing is maintaining that frequency all throughout. And that's basically like you're sending your request into the universe. The less interference you have after that, the less distortion you allow, the more you allow it to flow through the path, the answers will come. The way, the possibility will come. But when you sit and you keep distracting yourself, because it's just sending it down. But when you aren't staying on the belief, now you're altering the message before it even has time to reach its destination. So that's why it's about the persistence of a thought that gives the thought life.
That's what makes it something real. That's what can allow it to exist in your actual physical reality after it processes in here. You get what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. People try to do it off of a vision. If you want to envision something, I mean, you can, but you only gonna see what you envision. So it's like so I'm saying if you want more, I mean, you can think of more, but do you not have an issue with thinking too little of yourself? Yeah, so that's going to limit the outcome. So it's just the awareness. And I don't know, I forgot what I was saying, but it's relevant to say it's not about avoidance of the darkness. It's about learning how to thrive in the darkness, like a lotus flower. And that's what's going to be your success. Not an aversion or an avoidance of the dark or the bad or the negative, but when you gain a deep understanding of it, but not running away from it, it takes away all the fear and the curiosity. So those are examples of distortions in a genetic. In terms of genetic healing, there's blocks, and the blocks and the resistances that exist in our DNA, they come from belief systems, and that's everything it is. So limiting belief systems are what cause our sickness, our blockages, fears, the doubts. We create our own ceilings by speaking what we can and cannot do. And that becomes an invisible ceiling that even though there's nothing really there, we don't believe we can go past it. We don't believe we can get to a certain point. So you're literally speaking your own limitations into existence every time you believe that you're not capable of doing the impossible. When you believe that you're not doing something that no one else has done before. And you will hesitate, you will pull back, you will stop yourself. Because you'll say, oh, I'm not supposed to get that far. Ow! Oh my gosh. Sorry. That thing was so close to my ear. What the hell? I do not like stuff that flies. I don't like them little. They just irritated me so bad. Focus. That's distortion. Clear path killer signals, no doubt, no hesitation. Act. Don't deny yourself. Oh, boy. In the meditative practice,
Anyway, I was watching.
I was on to something. Someone came in that way. Maybe because they can do it. But if they can actually help, still wouldn't stress. Now they can how to help you. It's something. So then what happens sometimes you can get mad at other people when they the real frustration is they're fighting with themselves. I something is not like this, but I'm taking actually is you're gonna be frustrated. Hoping you actually work to get this out. So when they fail to be there, oh my god. As you say, instead of sometimes we go outside dating, trying to figure out what you already do. So then that way there's no question. And so you, how do you know that? You want but sometimes you come into something that you know the you live. This is really happy. This has this person has not shown in this relationship. If they but just because he shows you abilities to have one area, don't assume that you don't have every other area or any other area at all. Those are something you're supposed to be. But so it's you're the closest, it's not oh I need it, which is but you're the so that's what I'm saying. Before you can start outsourcing things, you gotta know who it first. So, to determine someone to say if you start going in household, say process. We train you gotta get before you can even consider having to teach them. That you can't do it, but you used to. I see that
like that.